Good evening, everybody. I am back to Crusader Kings. Or I will be momentarily. Hopefully I have some audio, maybe? Maybe I disabled the music. I'm pretty sure I brought it back. Anyways, we are back with Crusader Kings 2. And hopefully we'll get to hear the wonderful soundtrack in a moment. There we go. All right, sorry about that, folks. So, as usual, we will... I really like the fact that they have they've introduced a kind of a jump straight into your last saved game feature on Crusader Kings 2, so it makes it nice for loading up the stream for me. It's a little difficult actually to figure out whether or not I have excuse me, to figure out whether or not I've got my my stream live, but it looks like some of you are hosting me. It looks like I've got my viewers sign up, so we'll jump straight in. As always, we do a little bit of an introduction to the game, and then we will we'll leap straight into it. All right, looking good pretty much everywhere. All right, welcome. We are playing Denmark. This was a game which we started in the is it the Old Gods? No, Charlemagne start. 769 AD. We are now into 812. I believe this is the third generation of the family that we're playing. Maybe fourth. One, two, three, four, fourth generation. What have we done? Well, we started off as a count. I believe this was our original holding. And we have since founded Denmark. We've actually founded some other kingdoms as well. We needed to fight to reclaim them. And so one of the aims that we'll be doing on this playthrough is actually getting both enough power and prestige to found Scandinavia. I can adjust my stewardship, but I think what I will wind up doing is I'm going to focus on war for the next little while, just so I can engage with my conquests, and we'll consider Scandinavia as quickly as we can. Let's take a look actually at how far away we are from that goal. So if you ever, this is actually maybe a good thing to point out. So as always, whenever I start a new game, I try and do my best to sort of explain my thought process, as well as just that sort of naturally being the way that I play these games. So the way that you play Crusader Kings, there's sort of these atomic units of counties, and collections of counties move up to duchies. Actually, that's not entirely true. I guess the atomic unit would be an individual land holding, of which it could be a sort of a castle holding, a religious holding, or a sort of a municipal holding. Cities, castles, or bishoprics usually, although it sort of depends on your culture. So a county is composed of these individual land holdings. I believe the only thing that you can play, though, would be oops, I want to change the... It is the crown focus. Excellent. Okay. I don't think you can play a character who is lower than a count, though. So if you have the claim on the county, even if you don't have all of the titles below it, you are a count. A collection of counties is a duchy, or again, whatever the regional equivalent is. Now, this Realms is sort of a political view of the world. This is kind of how the world is divided and who claims ownership over what. You also have a terrain view. Now, it'll still divide it amongst counties, but obviously you get to see all the geographic features. As beautiful as this map is, I don't actually find it quite as useful simply because I can get the information about the land type through other means. And generally you want to divide the world in terms of the political orientations because this is largely a political game. So, under Realms, you'll sort of see who has ownership of what at the time. This has nothing to do with the laws so much as, hello, Cringy Cat and Paradox Gaming. Both Paradox Gaming and Cringy Cat, thank you very much for the auto hosts. Doesn't actually say anybody's in the channel right now, but I notice it lies to me whenever I say that. So if you're here and I'm just not seeing your chats, apologies for that. All right, so beyond, hey, OCS1 Spectre, I am well, more of the same. Bit of a busy day at work today, but nothing, nothing to go crazy over. You can put together duchies. Now, in this case, the color coordination will probably tell you what you need to know. In this case, we've got Yiland. Next to it. Basically, there's two ways that you can see this. If you want to focus sort of on the close level, you'll go back to the county names. But if you mouse over it, it'll tell you what the duchy is. As you can see, we've got quite a few in our realm. Next up, you can see the kingdoms. So as you can see here, this is Denmark, which we hold right now. We're actually currently incorporating some of these other territories into our kingdom. For some reason, Sweden, or Svedjord? Sorry, I'm not very good at these pronunciations. That seems to be holding on its own. It might be because I've not held it long enough. But anyways, these sort of de jure titles, the legal titles, can actually change over time. But it takes a very long time. I believe actually if you hold over, it'll tell you, yes. So it can be incorporated into Denmark, but it will take 100 years to do so. Not at all clear. I think probably in this case it's because this kingdom was founded and I seized it. Finally, in addition to kingdoms, so duchies are composed of counties, kingdoms are composed of duchies, and finally you have the empire, which is a collection of kingdoms. So here is Scandinavia. This is the most direct empire that I can found, and we're pretty close to it. But you have to hold a certain number of titles before you can actually build the empire yourself. So that's what we're going to check right now. And if you ever want to find out what you need to build a given empire, you can actually search for it. So. Alright, so Empire of Scandinavia currently does not exist. We can create it. We need 400 piety to do so. We will also need 551 wealth, so that's going to take us a while. We also need to control 80% of the de jure counties. So in this case, I've got 63%, 44 out of 69. And, okay, so what does that work out to be? It's actually an odd number to work with. Sorry, guys. 69, I guess I can round off to 70. I am a moron. Sorry, I'm not really good at doing math in my head. Something like... I want to say... It's not 60. 80%, 69, 50? Something between 50 and 60. Anyways. We're looking at double digits, probably for the safe side, in terms of the number of counties that we need to seize. It's not just any counties, of course. We need to seize the counties in these territories here. So we have a few options ahead of us, but we'll consider those as we go by. And one of the things about this game, one of the reasons I like streaming it, but also why I think some people find it challenging to play, is... I think I need to wait until these event spawned units go away. then I'll be able to clobber them. Well, actually what they'll probably do is they'll probably do like an event. All right, we'll think a little bit about this. So basically, this game throws a lot at you. I always find it easy to say, it's like, okay, so I have a rough idea of what we want to do. Hopefully within this generation, we want to found the Empire of Scandinavia, which is tough given threat, but we might be able to pull it off. Again, we can claim pretty much anything in these areas here, and these kingdoms are actually pretty fragmented. So even if they do sort of ally against us, it's not obvious that we'll have a hard time of it. Of course, we can also add these. We also have a little bit of coastal raiding we can do, which will actually translate nicely into maybe invading certain parts of the UK. So, I think our main focus this time is going to be, one, we do definitely need to consider realm stability. We do have quite a few people who are plotting against us, and it's going to be pretty tough going. I think what I'll start off with is Arnie for Norgir. Actually going to start putting my Spy Master... yes, actually this guy is... I wanted to get rid of this guy, so he's currently spying in Constantinople, so I can get rid of him. Okay, maybe I should be considering who poses a threat to me. Also, eventually I want to start revoking some titles, so I actually have quite a bit of stuff that I need to get out of the way on this playthrough. But I think what we'll probably focus on, in addition to sort of securing the realm, we're going to want to start expanding out into the different, into all these different territories. Now, currently we're threatening, so we've got 19% threat. As the game describes to us, once we hit the 50% mark, all defensive pacts of other religious groups band together if you attack one of them. At 5% threat, other realms can form defensive pacts. So let's just get a quick look at what we're dealing with here if I wanted to start incorporating these guys. First thing we could do, of course, is to look into some peaceful acquisitions. Okay, these guys are in a fight, so can't do much about that. This guy is almost certainly not going to accept vassalization. They're owned by the Picts. These guys don't want to be vassalized because of the relative power. Now, I think once these event troops go away, I'm not quite sure what the event is, we might be able to acquire that peacefully. So, as far as these guys are concerned, if we decide to go for it, we're actually picking a fight with the Scots, which right now is not too tricky because they don't have too much strength. Although I have a feeling they have lots of allies, which might cause me some grief. Yeah, so I think basically I need to pick my targets fairly carefully on these. So as my more direct neighbors, fellow pagans, we've got 400 troops. And again, the same thing that I do here, right? When I take a look at my main character's abilities, I see I have at least 2,000 troops to my name. These guys have got 400, 366, 243, 187, all fragmented and sort of pockets of people. So what I want to kind of try this time around is to... for instance, these guys are actually tough. What I sort of want to try and do here is take on the toughest of them before I do anything too dramatic. So for instance, once we start dealing with Ilmen with their 2,400 troops, here I'm going to need to be I'm either going to need to be a little bit smarter or I'm going to need to be a little bit stronger. What else? These guys also count towards Scandinavia, but there's no obvious way that I can incorporate them. So what I think we'll probably do when we're strong, we're actually going to move into Sumi. Somi. We're going to move in, we'll take this, and then we'll sort of move up and around, and then eventually we'll head on these guys. But what we kind of want to do is we want to take on the strongest enemies we can first, in case things turn into like a coalition against us. And that way, whatever is left to unite against us, except for the truly scary guys, doesn't pose that big of a threat. We could sort of roll over them if we wanted to. So, let's see if we can actually declare war. Yeah, so I can claim Somi. Alright, now the council doesn't like this, so I'm not going to be able to act on that. They will, however, accept this attack. This is another key thing that I need to be focusing on right now is my council, of which some are malcontents and always going to vote against me. I have one of those. I have a couple of people who owe favors and such. What I'm eventually going to try and do is to stack some people on sort of my side. But right now I just sort of want to deal with what I've... I kind of just have to deal with what I've been given, and we'll move from there. Also, let's fill out some of these commander roles because I've neglected my military bit. So right now I'm actually just kind of doing a little bit of cleanup. Somebody... Well, this guy's actually fairly good at tactics, so let's move on. Next up, I'm just going to see if I can start stealing some titles. I did enable the ability to revoke titles from vassals. It looks like no. Oh yes, that's because he is actually a vassal to somebody else. All right, the council doesn't like these, so again, I have to change my composition. Council's not going to like this because it's a family member. I don't like this one. Pragmatist with blood relation. Oh, favors. Okay. Diplomacy rating of other voters. Interesting. Okay. So I should actually, especially with these council mechanics, I should actually consider boosting my diplomacy. That or just muscling out the council, but that's going to be a bit of a long-term... That's going to be a bit more of a long-term goal. Alright, let's just keep going through the list on the odd chance we do have a revocation we can get away with. Okay, so they are okay with this. He is a traitor as well. So I claimed Halland for myself. Still, so in this case, I think if I had better diplomacy... Oh, maybe not. So we're even diplomacy. Alright. I'll have to consider that. Was it this one? Sorry guys, I know I'm repeating some of these revocations, but it's not obvious which ones I'm going to be able to get away with. One big thing too is I've actually lost quite a bit of my territory due to just succession laws, so it does help if I'm able to acquire a few lands, even if they're not... here we go, another perfect example of this. So basically just trying to find some of the rebels who... some of the rebels who don't have a lot of friends and revoke their titles. At some point I'm also going to consider releasing some of these prisoners for money. That's going to be a good way for me to... Alright, we're going to put an end to that plot. It's going to be a way that we wind up financing our our creation of Scandinavia. But at the moment, I want to focus a little bit more on sort of consolidating my power and expanding my my ability to make war through which taking these titles. As you can see, I'm going to move up to 3,800 troops when the time comes. Alright, so let's now look for the strongest enemy that my council will support war with. Actually, first of all, let's see if my relative strength has changed the fact. The council does not want to... We're already fighting another war, are we though? Let's just slow it down. Opponent is too strong for us to take on. Interesting. I don't really think that's true, but the game thinks so. Jesse Quill, thank you very much for that host. Sorry for the slow start today, by the way. But I think we're going to kick it off with some good old combat. Alright, so... This is the strongest neighbor. Strongest neighbor on the land. Alright, so here I actually want to hold off on calling the allies because I can handle this perfectly on my own. How you doing, Jesse Quill? Guys, I want to take a special moment and shout out Jesse Quill, or rather have her shout herself out. I am a tremendous fan of her cast. I had a wonderful opportunity to see her recently, and it was a wonderful time. She's somebody who I really enjoy watching as an internet personality, and every time I watch her cast, there's always something new for me to check out and to think about, which is one really big feature that I like about her casts. But one of the things that's really great about meeting her in person is that, you know, if you take a look at her, I mean, obviously she's a very attractive young woman, and she's very animated. She's got extremely expressive eyes. By the way, this is one thing I really love about the new sort of the new mechanics of Crusader Kings with these sort of these factions, not factions, but so these defensive pacts, once you're strong enough and you attack one of the members of the defensive pacts, everybody actually defects, which I think is wonderful. I'm really tempted to try and lower this because the church levies will be good for my cash, but I think I should focus on getting this absolute organization first. Anyways, I was talking about Jess. So she has these very expressive eyes. She's really wonderful in terms of just being able to communicate and entertain people. But one of the things that I think is really great about... Oh, good question, Jess. I thought I tweeted out the cast, but... Yep, I didn't do it. All right. Let's go back to singing the praises of Jesse Quill. Like I said, she's very expressive. She is very good at entertaining, but in addition to her talents as an entertainer, she is extremely smart and very good at kind of communicating some of the themes of a given game that she's playing. Let's take a look at the times when these guys are going to arrive. Yeah, too late. We got to move on. We might actually wind up losing this territory. It'd be preferable if I didn't, but we'll see what we can do. The rest of these guys can move in directly on... Hey, Pithram. And it's easy to kind of take this stuff for granted when you see her cast, but when you get to see her live and in person, and you're having a conversation, so in Twitch, right, you kind of get to respond to things on your own time, or maybe you don't notice them right away, but to be able to talk with her and see her in person, and to be able to exchange ideas and see her facial expressions live, it's a really great treat. So again, I always say that streams are very much a reflection of the personalities, or maybe not a reflection, but at least a function of the personalities behind them. And Jess is certainly one of the most sparkling that I know, and I think you guys would do yourself a tremendous favor. If you haven't checked her out, definitely be sure to do so, because I have a great time whenever I'm in her stream, and certainly I count her as a very dear friend, both on and off cast. Homeford says that her favorite toy is missing and she won't go to bed without it. I may have thrown it out today when I was tidying it up. I'd say I'll offer to find her a new one, at which point she may gain Fussy, or I guess I'll go find it. Could lose prestige in order to... And she may gain Fussy. Buy a new one. My offer to purchase a new toy was rejected by Homefrid. She is upset that I would even suggest such a thing. There's no pleasing such a child. And I lose the opinion. Oh well. Alright, so factions are coming back. Looks like they're actually ready to fire right now. So perhaps... No, I still actually want to keep my... I actually want to keep my Spy Master in a spot where they can potentially be captured. I think we just let this trigger, and we will... if it comes down to it, we'll just we'll burn some of the prestige for extra troops. Right, let's speed this up so we can get on to the fight. I always have the option of calling in some allies if need be, but... A mystic appears. Your Marshal, Ivar, looks lost for words. Master, I'm not sure what to think. He shakes his head as he searches for the correct way to phrase himself. My king, she is impressive. I can't quite put my finger on it, not to mention she's traveled far. His face conveys uncertainty as he shifts his weight. I see, you say, scratching your head. Ivar breaks the silence. My lord, I can still send her away. What say you? Let's hear this woman out. So this might be related to our quest for immortality. The tall figure offers you a nod, but does not smile. She eyes you skeptically, measuring you up as much as you are her. Her clothing, possibly intended to be modest, is foreign to you, and you have trouble concealing your confusion. In fact, the warrior woman before you is bound to stand out in your court in more ways than one. And I am Barakisa, your Boltfur. Botolfur, she says, as if somebody had forgotten to introduce you. Perhaps you should have spoken the first words to assert your position, but the muscular woman makes you more than a little nervous. I hear you are looking to live forever, she finally says, more a statement than a question. I can help. I could say, blasphemy! In the name of Odin, imprison this filthy heretic. Say this is outrageous. Leave at once if you want to keep your head, also for piety. Or, I will accept your teachings, Barakissa. Eternal life must be mine. Consorts with infidels. Interesting. How much is my piety worth? I kind of want to see what happens with the eternal life line. Blasphemy! In the name of Odin, imprison this filthy heretic. All right. Banished. Fate smiles upon me. My wife Carrick is pregnant. Hopefully not with a boy. I can't stop thinking of all those prisoners in my dungeon. They are at my complete mercy. What a thrill it would be to hurt them, to hear the sweet screams and see the panic in their eyes. Again, we will resist the foul impulses. And we're actually just going to adjust the... Hey, Johnny Big Time! Guys, Johnny Big Time has been playing some Bloodborne tonight. He just actually got out of his cast. I will say technically why I'm a little bit late, but really wonderful caster, extremely entertaining guy, and I believe he's been playing some of the DLC lately. I don't know that game that well because I don't have a PS4. But again, if you guys want to see the guy who I think is an expert at smack talking, but more importantly is just an extremely friendly guy and really knows how to make you feel welcome, definitely be sure to check him out. He's absolutely peerless. He's a lot of fun to be around, and I'm always happy when I'm able to catch his cast. All right. I'm failing on realm stability. For too long you have restricted our rights. The time has come to decrease the level of tribal organization. You must submit to this demand peacefully or face the consequences. Rest assured that I have the support of the others who equally determined to see things return to their natural order. I will not be blackmailed. So wait till it kicks off. Now the great news here is that I can just bowl through these jackasses and still call in my allies. So while I'm at it, let's get a good spy master in. I believe I've gotten rid of the malcontents too, so let's see if I can start stealing some titles. Yep, they're good with that. Okay, so what I'm going to do for these, they're all roughly... yeah, they're all the same. So this is, I mean, revolutions are not always bad things. They sometimes allow you to take advantage of the fact that you can stack the council with friendlies. 151. 304, 341, okay, so I think Vest is the best one. So yeah, sorry this has taken a little while to get going, but I want to make sure that I can actually get the most out of these encounters. Tribal army will cost me 500 prestige, so I want to hold off from that if I can. Alright, now this is a tricky call. What, do I want to take the Jarldom or do I want to take the Chiefdom? I think I'll take the lower title. Reason for that is just so I can add more to my domain size. And then after the fact, I might be able to... I'm actually going to be expanding out my my domain a little bit larger than I can personally hold. But I'm okay with this because this is actually going to allow me to pass on some titles to people who I would want to see take them. All right. So I have too many titles in my domain. What I'm going to do here is sort of retool everything so that the titles that I want to hold are my primary ones. So for instance here, I really want Finn. This is a tough call actually. I mean, I kind of want to just... I kind of just want to take it. And live with the consequences, but... let's not. I need my council for other stuff, actually. So let's distribute some titles, shall we? First of all, let's see what I own. So I've got... Well, I think probably the best thing for me to do would actually just go look for the northernmost territories, the furthest away from my power base, and get rid of those. Yeah, so these two. Who owns the duchy is probably the first question. Ah, somebody who I don't want to give that to. All right, well. And this is somebody who I don't have relations with, so makes it a little bit tougher. I don't really want to give this up to him yet. Alright, well he's already a powerful member of the council, so let's maybe hold off handing that off to him anyway. Let's look for another family member I can give this to. Ah, Sturla doesn't have land, I don't think. Yeah, so let's give him... let's give him Nordland and Helgoland. And council's okay with us? Now they don't like... So they don't like an additional title being given over. so they don't like the idea of me granting more titles to my dynasty. Let's see if I can be clever about this then. So all these characters are landed. Let's see what else we can do. He's a bastard. Okay, this will do. And in this case, the council's okay with this. So the reason I did this was I've got a demand limit. Now I probably could have boosted this by a little bit by switching to a stewardship focus, but I don't really want to consider that possibility right now. So what I basically wanted to accomplish with that was get my holdings under control. Now what you can see here is I actually have a fairly strong army as a result of that. Now I can't call on them right now because they haven't been they're not fully raised yet, but once I get past this revolution, I'm actually going to be in fairly good shape. And I'm going to be able to further take titles as time goes by. Also because I've granted these titles. Alright, what's the deal with Sturlo? Ah, Danish revolt. So basically, what this was about was gaining as much land for myself as I could to strengthen my army and be able to take on threats like this. So what I want to do here is take advantage of the fact that I've raised an army to be able to take on the revolts, and then we'll be able to turn around and finish the war that we started over here. But our main goal at this point is actually going to be to take out these rebel groups as quickly as we can, so we can just kind of sweep through the country and the ongoing civil war has caused both loyal veterans and various adventurers to make their way to Svelsing for the muster. So we got 434 more troops. Now this is not going to help us too much because the body of their force is actually in the way. But what we'll do here is we'll move through these territories, kind of out and around on our way to taking on the 1100 troops. So basically I want to use this as a big bulldozer to go through as many strong areas as they have to keep them sort of as disjointed as possible. And then when the time comes, a daughter was born to King Boltfer of Denmark and Queen Carrick, named Astrid. So in this case I've got another, it's still just one male heir, which is great for me. But basically this is going to be a big bulldozer that kind of takes down as many of the enemy troops as I can. And then after they're largely broken, we just move into... we sort of move from region to region, mopping up the rest of the enemy forces. The ideal, of course, is not to have these groups all unite, but I might be too late for that. This is actually going to be a really tough fight if I can't catch one of these guys. And it looks like I am too late. Okay, so we're going to help our friends in Opaland. And we should actually... yeah, we're going to win this. So not only are they going to be hit there, we're actually going to be able to move south on these guys with a stronger commander. Oop, I've got a daughter that needs training. Again, going for etiquette just to improve the diplomacy and make her a little bit more marriage material. And we should be able to wrap up this rebellion. I'm suffering a terrain penalty because of crossing the river, but my commanders are very strong, so... So what I actually want to do here is see the primary titles this guy holds. It's all up in here, which is actually already under siege, which is good news for me. Right, so captured some prisoners. Nice thing here is that the AI has actually done a fairly smart thing to go after another large group that's in retreat, so hopefully we won't need to reinforce them there, but we'll see what happens. I think what I'm going to do is I'll chase this stack. I'll chase this stack back to some friendly territory for it, because I think they're going to be causing some trouble for my my besiegers. They're heading to... Alright, well, we'll head straight after them. It's now 3,000 versus 1,300, so we're in fairly good shape there. It's pretty much a done deal as far as this part of the rebellion is concerned. We do also need to deal with the war that we started first, but kind of got to deal with these things one at a time if I can. I'm not crazy about doing an amphibious assault like this, but these guys are really weak right now, so better to deal with them now than wait. And at this point, I think it's just a matter of being a bit of a cleanup crew. I think they're gonna want to go after Skane. Alright, Ivar is done. At age 31, Ivar Skolden died clutching his heart. So I need to find... He was actually a really good marshal. So what we do here, my council's got a vacancy. I might want to wait until after the rebellion is done because I don't know who the powerful vassals are going to be. I don't have that many people in good positions. So let's... I think I'm actually going to hold off on that for a little bit. Let's see if there's any powerful factions. There are. So let's say... We'll deal with these factions first. These people are more commoners, so if they... if I need to kick people out of the council to accomplish a particular goal, I can go after... I can kind of take them out. Oop. They're about to clobber one of my units up in the north. I didn't realize that I had enough to enforce demands. So that war is done. Now we move north to the land we originally wanted to conquer. Let's see, my council. Still no indication on who the power... I think all the powerful vassals are actually in prison right now, which gives me a lot of options. Take this group. So it's gonna actually it looks like they're already taking out the... Hey Jesse Quill, good to see you again. Jarl Hong of Ausgragoutland knows about my affair with Dobrogena. He knows the child she carries is actually mine. Oh, I didn't know I sired a bastard. How embarrassing. But, he's in prison. I woke up this morning and realized that I've lost my feelings for my lover, Dobroneja. Such is life, I should tell her. Hey lady, your husband knows. I don't like you anymore. Oh Jess, my DNA is like all over her. lots of pragmatists on the council, which is... Can be good, cannot be. So it says, pragmatist is a counselor who will always aim for the path of least resistance when it comes to strengthening the realm and gaining power for themselves. They are inclined to support wars for reclaiming of de jure land or counties with the ruler's culture. They might also support wars against weak opponents. The counselor will oppose the creation of other strong vassals in the realm and will support revoking of titles from already powerful vassals. As soon as I came to pick up Ingfrid to help me out cutting down some trees, she starts complaining. Apparently she has a nasty stomachache. Intolerant brat, I'll show her. Gain 20 prestige, she may become indolent, or maybe there's something wrong with her. Ingfrid apparently has pains in her arm now after I grabbed it and cannot use it to cut trees. Hopeless. Alright, we won the war. My land. Alright, so before we can declare any wars, we need to kind of draw down the army anyway. Let's take a minute and teach my children. So we have got, I believe this is... Who is this? My niece. Okay. So she is playful, indolent, and fussy. Okay, she's actually going to be very good at intrigue, so let's start with that. Sorry guys, just got a private message. No, Johnny Big Time. This is one feature that you might really like about the game, actually. If we want to relive fond memories of disfigured members of the family, this was King the Repulsive of Denmark, who was one-handed, stressed, disfigured, proud, cruel, greedy, envious, deceitful, content, diligent, brave, Viking, scarred, and a brilliant strategist. I, on the other hand, am King Boltfur, who is merely disfigured, cruel, trusting, wroth, stubborn, proud, scarred, brawny, and a brilliant strategist. Ah, I'm losing so many viewers for typing. Johnny Big Time, we apparently have very bad luck with our medicine. Every time I try to heal somebody from disease, they wind up getting disfigured. Okay. Let's also educate. Okay, so this is possibly going to be the one who inherits... Oh no, this is a family member, but not the heir. So he's rowdy, willful, and brooding. I'm thinking, yeah, martial education. He will grow to be a great general. All right, now I think we're ready to start working on the titles. So first thing, as always, I see if I can revoke titles. I have a feeling that my council is probably going to oppose just about anything that I want to do title-wise. Oh no, they're totally okay with this. All right. Do I own any of these? Nope. All right, so what gives me the highest number of troops? 416, 298. Okay. Malped it is. So again, we're breaking up lands held by we're breaking up lands held by powerful vassals and trying to sort of divide the realm up amongst weaker sort of these weaker groups. I believe they won't let me do anything to Arnie yet, which is a shame. I actually really want to take his stuff. Okay, I can take Nitros. Ah, damn it. All right, so trader. Will work. This might change, of course, if I rejigger the council. Okay, they are okay with me taking this, so let's see how many troops I can get from these. Oh, hang on, we already took this from them. Never mind. All right, they're really okay with taking this. I actually might want to hang on to some of these for myself. So we've got 178, 274, 312, 618. Ostergaut lands. I gotta take his capital. Now, the reason I can't take any of the other ones, you're only allowed to take one title as punishment for rebellion. After that, everybody starts saying, everybody kind of starts sort of seeing it for what it is, kind of this big land grab. So you have to be a little careful in terms of how you do that stuff. I'm sorry to read that private chatter. Okay, again, just taking a quick moment here. So the game will give you a little icon telling you who a powerful vassal is. I believe if I also take a look on my list under court, yeah, all the powerful vassals are currently locked up. So there's two things I can do with my council. I can either say, okay, let's find the best marshal that ever lived. Or I say, okay, well, let's find somebody who likes me a whole lot, and I'm going to have a friendly vote on the council. Unfortunately, he's only got 5, and my marshal's fairly important, so I am actually going to assign somebody who's equipped for the job. And unfortunately, he's a glory hound, so what we might do next is see if we can maybe try and bring some people who will vote on... oh, too many opponents. Can see maybe if there's a way that I can try and push some people towards my my way of thinking on these. Okay, so with all of my revocations, I've got a bunch of I've got too many titles that I need to deal with, basically. So the idea of this game is you do build prestige for your dynasty, and characters who are members of your dynasty do have sort of a inherent, they like you more inherently. So what I want to try and do is take either the position that I'm going to take is I want to consolidate power as much as I can. Finn is going to be kind of difficult. I really want this chiefdom, but unfortunately it looks like, who is it? Hrokir is the big one opposing this. So the Zealot doesn't like it because she's pious. And it's the diplomacy. Okay, well, it can't be him. I mean, I could do a favor. This might be an idea, actually. Let's see what I can do. Request council support. I owe him a favor, fair enough. Revoke the title. Alright, that's weird. Let's give this a little bit of time. Okay, so he's expecting an answer in 2 days. Excellent. Doesn't want to give me council support. Oh, no. Alright, I had to give up 2 favors for that. I'm not at all happy with that. But it does mean that I finally get to consolidate this, this territory, so... Alright. Now I have the council support. Okay, so this is a fairly big moment here. The idea is... So, I've got my duchies, I've got my my kingdoms and such. So here, the Jarldom of Sealand... Oh, hang on. And the Duchy of Yeland. Okay. So now who owns the Duchy of Yeland? Am I gonna need to make that? I am. So the idea here is I now own all the territory. I completely own these duchies in the Kingdom of Denmark. This is kind of me consolidating power in these areas. It's going to stay in my family forever, and so I can sort of work on really developing this and making sure that it becomes what I want it to be. The next thing that I need to do now is I've got 14 out of 8 territories. So what I'm going to do is go through my list of territories, and I'm going to try and find the ones which are a little bit distant from my territory, because the first thing that I want is to sort of have a consolidated power base, make sure that all of my troops are in one place when I need them. And then the next thing that I'm going to do, because again, the name of the game is to sort of gain as much prestige and power for yourself as you can get, I'm going to try and assign these titles to people who are either in my family or people who I kind of want to get things out of. My overall strength, once all is said and done, will be about 8,000. That'll probably change when I get rid of some of these chiefdoms. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go for like the really distant stuff. So for instance here, I'm not going to give up Finn because I actually gave up to favors for that. Austergotland, I might be willing to give up. Again, this one might be one I want to hang on to because it gives me like 600 troops. But I'll see what I can do just as far as giving titles to people who are friendly to me. So Vestfold is a great example of something that I might be willing to give up because there's really just not a whole lot. Like, we don't know really who... You know, we really don't know who kind of... it could really be anybody who, I don't know, this is useful for, right? So Vestfold gives me, well, it gives me 747 infantry, so there's that. Nidaros, even further away. And 512. So this is one that's prime for the chopping block. Let's actually give that away right now. So ideally I give it to some family members who don't have land yet, but it looks like everybody's got it. Yeah, lots of bastards actually. So he has one title. I can actually afford to give that to some of the... I can afford to give that to the youngest son. But he's illegitimate. Okay. So it looks like everybody who I like is either in line to get a... is in line to get a title or already has one. So let's think about how this is going to work. Prander's going to get a title. Does he actually count as blood? Bastard in my dynasty. Yeah, I don't like this idea of giving it all to bastards. So let's try and distribute this as best as I can. Okay, so I've only got one son. Everything's going to get passed to. Procreer only has one son. Arnie has nothing, but he does have a son. So let's grant the son... what was the title I wanted to give up? I think it was Vestfold was the... Yep. Alright. So he gets Vestfold. Again, plenty of people who are happy about this. Pragmatist doesn't want the title. I'm vastly over my demand limit and handing out a barony or a county, so a lot of the Pragmatists are actually going to like this because I'm over my my demand limit. It's also worth mentioning, so if you take a look at some of my vassals, this guy doesn't like me because he's imprisoned. Where is it? It should actually say because I'm over my demand, there's an opinion penalty. Maybe not. Alright, so I've still got 5 more titles to get rid of. Oh, you know what? It was going to be Nidaros that I got rid of. Oh well. Maybe I do need to start handing it off to bastards, so... Okay, so there goes another one. Save. There's 2 titles that are already going to be inherited, so we'll give Ake... what do we give Ake, actually? Vesterborn it is. That's the title. That's the territory that we just took over. Okay, so now I just need to give up 3 more titles. Now the real trick here is going to be to decide whether or not I give it to family members or whether I give it to council members. Again, ideally I'll keep the stuff in the family. Although, of course, if I have family members on the council, that actually might come back to bite me because they'll vote against the family losing titles. All right. Although I have another plan for that, and that will eventually be to go under council and revoking titles. I want to be something that that I decide. All right. So I don't want to give up Selland. I want to give up Yelland. Halland is quite close. Jamatland is vassal but not blood. So let's see if I can do dynasties here. See if I can find some family members who doesn't give it to me. Okay, how big is this? 474? Okay, let's find my weakest. Actually, what I can probably do. Yeah, so looks like... Yeah, they don't want me to giving something to just my son. Alright, Sturla. Not very strong. And he's incapable. His heir... Wait a minute. What's the relation? He's going to be gaining... So he's already going to be gaining one title, which means that he's going to be becoming relatively strong. And he's going to be under Horkir, who is considered a powerful vassal. Who is also one-legged... Actually, he's doing better than our other guy. So he's one-legged, one-eyed, one-handed, and disfigured. And craven, temperate, just, scared, homosexual, dull, twin, and a fortune builder. I mean, it's tempting to give it to him just because he's got so many bad things going for him. Why not? Council doesn't like it because... doesn't want people from my dynasty becoming more powerful. Yeah, so we're going to be seeing this story a lot. Alright, so I'm not crazy about doing this, but I actually think I'm going to start granting some... I think I'm going to start granting some titles to my council members. That only solved one, though. Ah, this is tough. Yeah, I can't give it to anybody who doesn't already have the okay, well, what I'll do is I'm going to start grabbing some unlanded vassals. Or not vassals, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my court. I'm going to find who likes me the most and isn't in prison. And start handing out some Actually, I've also got some people who like me who are in prison. Oh, hang on. Opinion of me, negative 99. Yeah, I thought that was odd that I have people who are in prison and who like me. So he's negative 14 because he's in prison. So if I ransom him, I make some money and he goes to liking me. Similar idea here with Ake, although he can't afford the release. Hraldr. Now I don't believe I've taken a title from him yet. And they do actually support me taking these titles. So I am going to take Skane. I'm actually just going to take a second and let the game run by. Just to try and update all of the opinions. So what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to... I'm just making sure that I have updated information in terms of people's opinions of me. Alright, so Ake... Can't afford it, so I'm not going to ransom him. These other people don't... they dislike me enough that by releasing them from prison, there's still going to be a negative opinion of me. So the last thing I'm going to do to get rid of the last 3 titles that I have, and again, I need to pick the 3 that are least useful to me. Ideally the ones that are far away from my existing holdings. So like Metal Pad, which only has, well, 498's a reasonable amount, but not crazy. Let's see if they'll accept this. Yeah, so they don't like the idea that the dynasty's growing. So now we'll go to the court. We'll look for people with a high opinion of me. I can't give him a landed title because he's a eunuch. If I give it to him, same problem. They say that that's going against the will of the council. So again, I'm just looking for people who like me, and I'll sort of just pass off these titles to them. It gives me new vassals, but it also sort of spreads out the power. Okay, so he's a bastard of the dynasty, but for some reason I didn't give him a title. What do I want to give him? It's actually a tempting one to keep, so... Holland? Nope, want that. Alright, I'm gonna have to make some choices here, I think. No, Madal. So I have just one more to give up. I could technically use this to try and get some of the people who don't like me on side. Maybe we'll try to get some of the electors on side? Yeah. They're all in prison, so screw them. Alright, what was the thing I was giving up? Okay, so I want Selsvig, Sealand, Yeland, Holland. This is probably the one I have to give up, unfortunately. Okay, so it's either Ouster or Vestman. So 735 or 520. I think 520 is the obvious one to give up, so, and it's further away. So again, idea here is I'm going to my court. I'm finding people who don't have titles. Unfortunately, I can't give it to women because the laws don't permit for that yet. This guy's already likes me 97, so that's not taking advantage of the full value. So here we give some random guy who basically gets a title and becomes nobility, and thousands of years down the road his son will be annoying. Alright. Let's leave that council seat open for just a couple more days so everything can settle. 1, 2. 5 days, so actually I'm going to wait until the offer is done. There we go. My liege, your character is a subject of Greek plays. I accept paying your ransom for the safe return of me. Now the nice thing about this guy is if he dies, his territory actually goes to me. So actually let's be a bastard. He's 7 years old, so we've got some time before he gets his title. Okay, so now basically all of the vassals who are going to be released, or who potentially are going to be released, are released. If I have any powerful vassals in my realm, I will see them in the council manager and I'll be able to grant them a role. Otherwise, I kind of have everything that I need. I know that took a while, but sometimes you gotta be precise. So Halfdan quite likes me, has a good espionage. Perfectly sensible to put them in place. We only have one more faction at the moment, so we're gonna put him to work breaking that up. Next up, so my Chancellor is currently in Oppaland trying to convince somebody who already likes me to like me. So let's actually go to my vassals and let's rank them by opinion. Let's see if we can turn some people to pluses. Actually, the people who don't like me are already in jail. So instead what we're going to do, we'll take a look at who... Interesting. Yakub, Bragi, and Halfdan. I could actually probably... Alright, let's assign some commanders first. I think I might do some of my wheeling and dealing and just get this, this law out of the way. Actually, you know what? Nice. Yep, I'm actually... I think I win this. So Yakub, Bragi, and Halfdan. Let's see if I can get a favor. I'm probably giving up too much for this, but there we go. Right, I believe that one of your vassals can be discouraged from associating with conspiratorial factions if the proper leverage is obtained. How do you wish to proceed? What does he have? So he's got the Lover's Pox, he's a master seducer, ambitious... Let's threaten him. And I've got a bastard son. So, Witoz. It seems my amorous adventures have resulted in a child. Little Witoz is my spitting image. Now, I believe this is the one who... So she's got the Lover's Pox. I believe I broke off the relationship. She's a foreigner. So if I denounce the child, she will be angry with me. Yeah, in this case I'll denounce the child because there's no major benefit. There's no real drawback to me on these things. I don't have the Lover's Pox, Johnny Big Time. She has the Lover's Pox. Honored King, I ask your forgiveness if I have done something to offend. I obviously wouldn't dream of associating with any faction conspiring against you or your enlightened rule. Alright, so we've taken another major step towards our political goals here. So what we've done now, this is going to make the realm quite difficult to run. So if you take a look at my characters here, Absolute Tribal Organization will give a -30 opinion modifier to my character. However, it is one of the conditions for adopting feudalism. So what we have right now, the only thing holding us back is being an unreformed pagan. Now, the one thing that's not clear to me is how I actually become... I think it's like herpes. Let me just see if I can find something online. Yeah, Johnny Big Time. I believe the game will inform me once I've got the pox. Alright, now I believe the fastest way, so either I can become Christian or I can sort of dominate the religion. So I have three of these locations. Where's Paderborn and Thulin? Alright, that's going to be tough to get. You know, we're almost strong enough to stand up to the Pepin. Where's the other location, out of curiosity? Thulin. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be happening anytime soon. So we need to control at least... So I need 750 piety, which is going to be hard to get. I need moral authority of 50, I believe, to reform the faith. And... yeah, I think honestly... You know what, let's actually go to the CK2 wiki. I want to see what they say about gaining moral authority. Moral authority is an abstraction of the religion's strength, unity, and respect. Your religion's moral authority and its causes are visible in the religion tab, while other religions' moral authority scores are visible in the ledger. High moral authority increases... okay, controlling holy sites... Honestly, I think probably just... Whoa, we can sacrifice heads of false religions? Interesting. I think probably what we do here is just conquer as much as we can. That or we become Christian. So yeah, I either need to take Thulin and Paderborn, or I need to boost up this moral authority. So I think probably our goal of forming Scandinavia is still probably going to have a bearing on our ability to sort of move into these territories. Out of curiosity, so yeah, this is not traditional Frankish territory anyway. But I think my goal should still be to try and form Scandinavia if I can. So let's start off by taking on either Kemi or Finnmark. Actually, can I take on this? Yep, they're okay with it. So apparently they all owe me favors still, which is nice. Yeah, I think in this case we're just going to go tearing through everything that we can until we can't anymore. How you doing, Melee Mage? Alright, so I'm declaring war. The reason I'm declaring war on Suomi is just because I want to go against the strongest character that I can at the moment. Next up, let's change around childhood foci. In this case, this is going to be the next king, and he's got a pretty poor stewardship. So let's actually teach him duty. He was tutored by guards and retainers at court, focusing on duty and diligence. A common trait for this outcome, and the outcome of this focus is conscientious. My daughter is ready for training. I think we've got indolent, haughty, and playful. So I don't think any of these traits really help with... Actually, intrigue. Yeah, so... I think intrigue is best for her. Now I can call in some allies. I think at the moment, though, this is a pretty weak opponent, so I am just going to rely on my own strength for this. And you can now see the main advantage. How the hell did I wind up giving this up? Do I still have territory here? Well, for whatever reason, I wound up getting troops in this area. But basically, you can sort of see why I wanted to concentrate all of my armies in one place. This is so much easier to get together and move to... Oh my! Alright, well that's going to be a little tricky to deal with, so now we call in allies. I mean, I've got 4,000 troops to my name, but I want to... I have no idea how this guy got so many troops. Ah, event spawned. How can I rely on my generals when their understanding of warfare is so lacking compared to my own? I could teach Sigurd a thing or two. Let's teach him rough terrain. And what I want to do now, because I've got enough to take these guys on, I actually want to go to Upland. Sigurd gratefully accepted my lessons on the art of war. With more generals like me, who can stand against us? Alright, so looks like they're hightailing it out of there, so we're actually going to take the fight to them. Oop, looks like they're also... They're moving from a couple different directions, so... By the way, guys, Melee Mage, who I always keep talking about as a viewer, has been doing a lot of Final Fantasy lately. If you guys really enjoy action RPGs and such, please check him out. He's also on the West Coast, so he's a little bit easier to catch at my regular hours. I don't know if I'm doing enough to I don't know, for commentary for you guys, but if you guys have any questions about Crusader Kings 2, please feel free to speak up and let me know. Alright, now that's a pretty big disadvantage I'm at, but I do have better commanders and more troops, so even though they're going to bring in reinforcements, we should still be able to carry the day at something of a cost. Alright, so their right flank is broken, and then we should be able to just turn this in. Oh, nope, they got reinforcements, so it's actually my left flank that I need to worry about now. We lost that. So now the fight's actually evening out. Fortunately, we broke their center, and we're able to finish the day. Or are we? It looks like they're actually still... It looks like they've got the upper hand now, because they brought in enough guys on the right, and it's enough to take me out in the center. We lost this because my allies weren't there. That sucks. Fortunately, we do have enough troops to be able to... we're going to be able to sort of pick up from this after the Shattered Retreat. Or are we? We lost 2,000 guys in that. So our troops are actually even. Cabal, thank you so much for saying that. Alright, so we're going to try a different approach for this. I still have enough in terms of allies. What would be ideal is if I could actually, if I could go after this fight right away. But the territorial advantage that they have is pretty strong with this crossing. So what I'm going to do instead, I'm going to go out and around, and I'm actually going to claim the territory through sort of a land route. I think that's going to be the better way. I also can I can take advantage of my prestige to improve it as well. So if I want, I can go under raise a tribal army if things look pretty desperate. I don't think that'll be necessary, although that was definitely a really big loss that I suffered. Okay, so she turned into an idolizer. Oh, she's automatically won. Alright, well, I was going to still focus on giving her etiquette. Alright, now as it turns out, I don't need to worry about that crossing anymore, because they've voluntarily left it, which is good news for me. As long as I can get over that bridge, I'll be in good shape. And again, part of this is just my sort of my technological advantage in terms of better armies, better generals, but also it should come through my I should eventually get a numbers advantage again with my allies clustering around me. We'll see whether or not that happens. Definitely looking for some revenge. My steward Yakub tells me that his efforts at praising my names and deeds have been met with great success. A small army of warriors have converged, and they're ready to serve me. I just need to make sure I have someone to fight within a year, lest they become troublesome. Alright, well, those 700 troops are definitely very welcome right now, so... Alright, so it looks like there is an assassination attempt on my boy. So we will say end that plot. As far as attempts to kill people who dislike me, I'll let those go by, but the ones who do like me, I will attempt to end those plots. So what we're going to do here is we're actually going to move to to Suomi, and we're going to do that right away, just so I can cross the land immediately. One of the reasons we lost that fight is it's particularly hard to fight kind of this amphibious war. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure we had everything else in our favor. So as long as there isn't a big, sort of a big army waiting to get back to the capital, we should be able to take this. Yeah, this is over for them. So the next step is actually going to be to just gobble up as much as their home territory, and then there's nothing they can do about it. Okay, so she's depressed, playful, haughty, and affectionate. We'll give her a diplomatic education. I also have an open council position. This is because my marshal got captured. I'm going to wait to fill that. I actually think I owe that marshal a favor, so it's kind of tempting to fill it with somebody else. But I'm going to wait until after the war. I'm going to split the army in half and move one of them into another territory just to siege it down. The trick with that is if one of the big stacks like this comes in, so like this 5,000 one I'm quite worried about. But the hope here is that I'm going to be able to take down all this land before they become a problem. Brought in a lot of allies on this one, unfortunately. So, if I take his personal territories, which would be this one and this one, I'll actually get the biggest bonus to war score. And I'm actually going to try and call in more allies if I can. Okay, so it looks like they're consolidating their army. That's going to be a concern for me. The good news, though, is that, so they got 3,000, 6,000, 7.5, got about 8,000 troops, which outnumbers me, but they've currently divided them amongst groups which are hard to get back together. So I'm going to wait till I'm done sieging this down. I'm going to reunite the armies, and then we're actually going to gobble these up one by one. And I'm pretty sure I'm actually going to need to bring up my my 2,500, so 2,500 reserves. I think I bit off more than I can chew on this. Okay, so I just inherited a territory after someone died. I think I'm gonna hold off. Oops, alright. These are my troops they're fighting, unfortunately. So what I want to consider now is I've got about 45, 50 something to deal with. The ideal will be to take them in Somi, but I think this is the time for me to burn a little bit of my prestige and raise a tribal army as a precaution. Don't like doing it, especially because they've got a really far distance to travel and they may not be able to make it in time. But this is going to give me a bit of a numbers advantage. In the meantime, let's see if we can do something about these guys. So they're on their way south here. Hopefully we can take this territory before it kicks off. We did. So we move directly into this territory, and this means that it's now an unfair fight for them. They've got 5,700 troops, so this is actually going to be a point where I bring up some of my ships. This should be sufficient. So what I'm going to do here, because I don't think I have a very good chance of landing these troops the traditional way of landing them via land, I'm actually going to take them by boat to this area so that they can sort of take on this big stack. I'm looking for a big fight to sort of seal the deal. All right. Unfortunately, these guys have turned tail, and they're probably going to be out in time. Nope, I can make it on July the 9th, so... Bad news for me for capturing that territory, but good news for me for inflicting a pretty tough hit on them. Okay, they're going to stay still, so I will too. Actually, I'm going to move into this territory so I can build up my stack. So we're doing two things. One, I'm buying time for this 2,500 troops. And number two, I'm... Actually, you know what? They're going to go aid their allies, so... I'm going to let my guys... Yeah, we need to start this fight. Not only do I need to start this fight, I actually need to start and finish this fight right away. In the meantime, I'm going to put my allies on a boat. And hopefully they will land in the nick of time. There's 5,700 in terms of reinforcements that are going to be arriving here. That's a lot for me to deal with. I'm going to have my 2,500... Ah, see, it's too late. What I probably should be doing now... Okay, so my guys arrive on July the 15th. What I need to do instead now is I actually need to make my stand where they're going to have a territorial disadvantage taking me on here. So I delayed too much on this particular fight, so what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to make them be affected by the same territorial issues that I had. And in the meantime, I'm going to disembark my allies. So it looks like they're going to waste their time sieging this down. I'm kind of okay with this because it gives me a chance to build up my strength. So now I've got 8,000 to greet them with. And all that I'm looking for now is the right fight. Okay, Curious, Idolizer, and Indolent. Okay, Diplomatic it is. Okay, so they're moving off. This will be too late, so... What would be best, of course, is if they, if I was able to force an engagement over, over this, but what I'll do instead is I'm going to take the, territory that this guy values the most. If I can take all of these territories at once, then I win. And failing that, I know I have a bigger army than him, and so I can just roll in and crush them. As long as I don't have a territorial disadvantage like I did last time, I'll be good. Actually, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take advantage of this, and so they'll arrive on September 14th. It looks like we will arrive on October 14th. That doesn't make sense. Ah, November. Okay. So what I'm going to do here is try and take the body of the force. I'm actually going to try and take on as many of these guys as I can. And then I'll head back down to kind of take the main territories. Again, it would be ideal if they don't clobber my all my territory here. It's actually, there's quite a few easy ways where I could lose. For instance, if they take all of these territories in here, that will cause a particular amount of pain to me personally. And generally is the sort of thing that can cause me to lose a war. But in this case, what I want to do is try and inflict a fairly strong battlefield defeat on one of their bigger stacks, and then start gobbling up some of the territories and boost my war score that way. Also, we might get lucky with these guys. There might be a win in us for this, but I'm not going to hold my breath. So let's speed things up a little bit. So I have a territorial disadvantage just because we're an attacker. So again, these numbers don't inspire a lot of confidence, but what we're going to do is we're going to move back down to the sort of the prime real estate. Actually, better still, we're going to go and defend the territory that we've taken. As you can see, my allies are also still sieging down some of their land, so. Want to make sure that we're defending the gains that we've made, and then we will go in. One nice thing here is that the way that this fight is going, so in terms of numbers, we're not really guaranteed the position that we used to have. Should probably consider maybe adjust. Ooh, actually, let's. Okay, so the person I'm assigning court physician is erudite, just, shy, zealous, and possessed. Exactly what I want in a healer. So one of the nice things about this fight, this is kind of why I was trying to consolidate this group. Again, they've got a bunch of my territory here, and they've got some fairly large armies, so my victory isn't assured. And in fact, they're coming in here specifically to try and ruin things for me. But I get to force the... I kind of get to force the engagement. So what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to move on the personal holding of my chief rival. what will likely happen here is they're going to make a move on Satakunta, which is going to be a bit of a territorial advantage for me. If they don't go for it, then I'm going to siege it down and I'm going to claim it for myself. Yakub approaches you. My liege, I have a great idea for a monument, something to raise our cultural status and make the people notice what a great ruler you are. I would require some gold and your patience, and the work could take a year to complete. So be it, surprise me. And I spend 46 bucks for the privilege. Hello again, Pithram. Oh, sorry, Melee Mage. I didn't see you say that you were going. All right, so they are heading to Haim. So actually, I'm going to meet them. I'm going to meet them here. Nope, and instead they go to Satkuna. So whatever direction I go, they're going to go the opposite, which is fair enough, because I already gained enough to offer them peace. So again, a bit touch and go there. Definitely a much stronger enemy than I thought, and that's probably because of the defensive pact against me. Yep. So basically all the people on the... Excellent. Okay. So basically, there's now a defensive pact to sort of try and contain my aggression. Absolutely not, Captain Bear. France is very strong. Fortunately, these guys' events troops seem to have gone... Nope, the event spawn troops are still there, but for whatever reason they're more okay with... it's because I've got a big army, so... I offer them vassalization. I'm not going to withdraw my army until they accept. So I got to ditch two of these territories that I own. Again, waiting until I keep calling it Autisland, but it's Austisland. Austisland. Yeah. All right. So, some people leaving the defensive pact. To the glorious King Boltfur, your wisdom and mercy are legendary. I accept and swear fealty to you to serve as your vassal lord. Excellent. Okay, and the dangerous factions have come up. So let's. The name of the game on this one is going to be to try and string them out as long as I can, because this is one thing I really can't afford to reduce. So first thing I'm going to do is take my Spy Master. Actually, first thing I'm going to do is give myself a new... Aha! So I'm going to shuffle my council a little bit. Is he good at anything else? He is not. So this means I'm going to wind up firing a couple of people, but I have the advantage here of a bunch of people who are good at things that I can put in high places. All right, why doesn't Ormur like me? So what I need to start doing here is trying to go on a little bit of a charm offensive to bring some of these guys onto my side. Next thing I'm going to do is deal with this faction. And for that, I'm going to send my Spy Master, who's actually quite good at his job. So right now it's an even match, but the good news is that my army is actually going to be sort of reinforcing and getting stronger as time goes by. And of course, I also have the option... Oh, actually, I can make people like me more if I give away some titles too, so... One thing at a time, though, we'll bring the boys back home. Okay, drop that. Next up, I don't think I can do anything about my council. Let's take a look at who wants who dead. As long as they don't like me, I'm okay with the plots going ahead. If they do like me, like this, I'm going to try and discourage them. Okay. Next up, I got to get rid of some of these territories. So Finland, for instance, I want to give away ideally to a family member, although I have a feeling the council will be less than thrilled about this prospect. Yeah, so they don't like this. They do like the idea of the blood relation, but I've got a malcontent who's automatically going to oppose me. And I think the pragmatists and glory hounds are winning the day. Similar idea. So any family members are kind of out on this. So what we'll do instead, I'm first of all going to check my council. I believe all of them hold land who can hold land. Maybe I could give them Finland. Why not? And Nidaros. Alright, I think for Nidaros what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go to my court again. I'm going to find somebody with a reasonable opinion of me and put them into place. Alright, so they don't like this because... Interesting. So I actually got a fairly... Very interesting. Okay, so he's okay with this. So the malcontent is actually quite diplomatic, which means I really do want to get him on my side as quickly as possible. So incidentally, guys, this is, again, when I'm talking about the diplomatic ends to this game, all of this stuff that I'm doing with the council came as part of Conclave, and I find it really interesting when people sort of talk about how, you know, how much they didn't like Conclave or how they thought it didn't add stuff. I think actually having to fight with the council to try and accomplish what you're looking for adds a really good dimension to the game. I mean, not to make too much light of what is a very alarming set of events, but like the way you used to play Crusader Kings was the way that you're seeing kind of the game, the way you're seeing the US being run right now. So for those of you who don't know, the acting Department of Justice head who opposed the immigration ban has just been fired for that opposition. So in this case, like when you would play Crusader Kings, it would usually be kind of a question of, okay, well, you know, I'm just going to be so strong that you have to, you know, that you don't have any other option but to do what I say on this. Whereas this game is a little bit more what politics should be, which is, you know, a bunch of compromise and, you know, trying to work to sort of enforce your will. So the big thing with kind of Crusader Kings in its current form, I think it rings a little more true when you kind of have a bigger challenge, that you can't just get yourself to this point where you keep steamrolling over everything, but instead you actually have to kind of build up your strength, and you have to sort of master every element of rulership, not just military, which I think is good. It kind of moves it from... this was never really just a war game, but this is definitely a game which has become much more political and much more interesting as a result of it. And I think it's better for it. All right. Anyways, so what I'm looking here is to see what I need to do to get Scandinavia. I've got 47 of 69. I need 80%, so I'm looking... I think it was 55. We're on our way to leaving our Denmark on the world. How are you doing, Endors? So again, all of these people look like they should be relatively weak. But then there's that defensive pact that I need to worry about. So we've got Chief Vanyo. I mean, I could just try... Yeah. I don't think I'm going to be able to make these guys an offer they can't refuse. They're the wrong religion. I think these guys are Christians. Oh, and they're Scottish. Yeah, so there's two... It seems to me there's two ways that I can expand. One, I'm going to sort of take my chances with this area. And then the next step will be to start taking some of these islands. Scottish King isn't particularly... So it looks like neither the Scottish King nor his vassals are particularly strong. So it should be fairly easy to wrest these territories away from them, but I want to be careful about this, so let's So if I try and declare war on these guys, I'm going to become a truce breaker. But if I go after Kemi... Yeah, so these guys are okay with me taking this on. So I think we go for Kemi, Finnmark. Yeah, actually I can sort of... I can take this, this, and this in one go, I think. Wars against religious enemy, much weaker. Owes me a favor, Malcontent doesn't want to do anything, and the Glory says there is no glory in this war, the enemy's too weak. Well, screw you. And in this case, I'm actually just going to let my... yep, they've got quite the army. Okay, so I definitely need to enlist my allies here. So I think this is an event. Yep, so they did kind of a tribal call. This guy can also afford to do that. So whatever forces I think I'm going up against, I need to add another 2,500. That's another time that I've been caught by that. Holy crap, that's 6,600. I might actually need to burn some more, I might actually need to burn some more influence to do this. Although again, what I need to remember is if I go straight to Kemi and take it, then that's GG. Okay, I'm gonna be sneaky. During the last few days, my son Trigreave has not been able to keep down any food or drink. It seems as if he's suffering of food poisoning. Pray to Odin that he will recover. After being skillfully treated by my court physician, Refr of Finland, my son is feeling much better. Perhaps he's deserving of some praise. I will compensate him for a job well done. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to sneak into the back door and take Kemi from the back. My lord, there's a noble warrior at the gate. He says he is a veteran of many battles and desires to become a champion of your house. He praises your wisdom and honor and pledges to always defend you and your household if you will accept him into your retinue. Welcome. Okay, I'm going to move... No. Alright, let me catch up with chat. How does this game work? Reminds you of playing EU4, attacking an HRE member, then suddenly and everyone's in the war. Exactly, PTX3. I actually thought the council would take that into consideration, but it does not, and they outnumber me by quite a bit. So I think I'd actually basically have to burn all of my my prestige for the army, but again, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be able to take Kemi before they can get back. As long as my allies kind of keep them busy, I'm even more confident of that. So Pithram, basically the way that this game works is you play, as Jesse Quill points out, you play the ruler, and you, the primary goal of this game is to continue your dynasty through several generations, and basically gain as much power and prestige as you can. Now, you don't necessarily need to sort of blob out and control everything in the world, but it is a very effective way of achieving your goals. So, this is going to get kind of hairy down here, I think, but the longer they take dealing with my guys here, the longer I go, or the longer I have to go into their capital and take it out. We've got a very small garrison, so... yeah, so basically you control every aspect of your kingdom. Actually, that's not entirely true. You play a character who has certain traits, as you can see here, and you wield your influence over your realm. You definitely don't control all of the territory. So I think the one thing that I would say, this game is often compared to Civilization, not necessarily fairly, because they are two very distinct games. But the idea here is that where Civilization will be very focused on sort of the achievements of Civilization and kind of all of our accomplishments and sort of the... It's kind of this wonderful show reel of all of the things that we've been able to accomplish as a species. Crusader Kings 2 sort of deals a lot more with the idea that heavy is the head that wears the crown. And it's a lot more about sort of negotiating your way through your allies and your pacts to achieve your particular goals. So this is not necessarily bad for me here because this group is delayed. However, they are making pretty short work of one of my stronger alliances. So if this doesn't turn out, I'm actually going to need to burn all of my prestige to hire a bigger army. And it looks like they are potentially... Okay, nope, they're just kind of rampaging over my countryside, which is fine because as long as I can take their homeland, I still win. But I'll give you an example of the way that you sort of wield influence in this game. So there's a child who I'm in charge of. They just reached age 12, so they've gained some traits here: fussing, idolizer, and haughty. And I can choose a focus for this child's education. So I can give them a diplomatic focus. However, willful and fussy children are not very good at that, so maybe not the best for them. Fussy, idolizer, haughty, well, in this case, they might actually be good for a learning education. As far as stewardship, not so much. They're playful and fussy. Oh wait, haughty and fussy, my bad. So I think intrigue or learning. I think I'll do learning on this one. Actually, no, they're fairly good at intrigue, so I'll double down on that ability. Not true, Pithrem. You can actually be a merchant republic. So, in good old Venezia, they're a merchant republic, and so basically you try... So the merchant republics here are really interesting because you try to enrich your family as much as possible while still winning elections. So you have this nice little balance between trying to... Alright, they're coming back to defend their territory, it looks like. This might be bad for me. I think I'm making a big mistake by doing this, if I'm completely honest with you. But hopefully maybe with my numbers we can do an assault on the... Yeah, there's 6,000 showing up. What's the... Okay, well, we'll at least have an advantage in terms of the river. I think they just outnumber us by too much, though. I think we're going to lose. Yes, there is a system of casus belli, although because I'm playing Norse pagans, I get a little bit more of a more flexibility in terms of my my ability to declare war. Okay, let's try and at least center ourselves out. The monument promised by Yakub is finished. Upon unveiling, a statue of yourself is revealed, and you notice the crowd smiling and giving you a round of applause. I have no words. Gain 200 prestige, which is great because that's going to give us a little bit more advantage in terms of raising tribal armies if it comes to it. They'll arrive on the 31st. They will arrive on... Okay, so let's see how this goes. Not great for us. In fact, it's a complete rout. So I think I can retreat. Ooh. Okay, so we won the siege. I'm not quite sure how this works. I'm pleased to hear that after a period of peace and shrewd management, the county of Selvig is doing well. People are happy and the tax collectors are reporting record intakes. Alright, so I lost 1,000 troops to that, which is not so good. Although it's weird that it told us we won the siege. Okay, so what I think I need to do here, let's see what I'm up against as far as numbers. So let's, I'm going to regroup. And I think what I'm going to do here is... let's take a quick look. So these guys have got 5,000 troops. And enough wealth to support them, so it's pretty obvious I need to raise at least one more tribal army. How much power does my important supporters wield against me? It depends on what their own personal holdings are, Pithram. So in this particular case here, I don't have too many influential characters. My Chancellor is one of them. They've only got 720 troops. Now the faction I'm worried about has got 3199 men. This is actually going to be a tough one. Alright, so 5,800 troops. I think the real shame here is that this is going to get stomped on. I don't think the AI quite has the wherewithal to back off. Okay, they're up to 6,000 now. So my Shattered Retreat will end in Herdjal, but I have a feeling that by the time my guys regroup, I'm going to need more troops. I suspect what this round is going to be about is I'm not necessarily going to gain any particular prestige towards my my house. Okay, actually these guys are escaping, so they will arrive in time. So there's hope. What we need to do is we sort of need to unite, and then we need to inflict a battlefield defeat on these guys, and then we go straight to Kemi. Where are they heading? Melpad. Actually, I think we should... Let's see. Okay, so they'll arrive 1st June. They'll arrive 10th of June, so... It's going to be tough. Okay, so they've got 1910. See, we're going to arrive with a really small force. No, so what we're going to do instead... Unfortunately, these guys are going to get clobbered, but our alternative would be to engage with too small of a force against one that's fairly well prepared to take us on. So instead, I'm going to accept the loss, and then we're going to sort of reply with our own invasion. We'll actually back off a county just to avoid any nasty surprises logistically. Yeah, they got 5,300, so we don't really have a numbers advantage. The thing that we need to worry about is territory, and hopefully generalship. But it's definitely not looking good for us right now. Okay, excellent. I can threaten the vassal of the faction, so that will give me a little bit of breathing room. Oop, these guys are going to get their asses kicked. Ask your forgiveness if I've done something to offend. I obviously wouldn't dream of associating with any faction conspiring against you and your enlightened rule. So stop leading the faction. Alright, so next up we go to my marshal, who is conspiring. So that's put the pin in the grenade of the powerful factions. They've only got 81% of my strength, which means they won't trigger. However, I'm going to start losing some troops as part of this war, so I need to be careful. One nice thing is that when this army gets back together, as long as they join me here, I'm actually going to have the numbers I need to have my revenge. I'm almost tempted to go straight to Kemi again, just because I know I have what it takes to defend. However, I think they might be able to do some pretty heavy damage to these guys, so I'll resist the urge. Okay, so if they're going to Herjol, they'll arrive on the 16th of August. I'll arrive on the 24th, so I think... See, this is a shame. I was hoping to get there a little earlier. I've literally the same strength. Actually, you know what? I think we'll count as Nah, you know what? I'm gonna let them take the territory. It's gonna give my vassals a chance to hop in. everybody will sort of unite, and then we'll be able to take these guys with bigger numbers. I don't think so, OCS One Spectre. Okay, they're actually spoiling for the fight, so this will be good. Winning the siege should mean that we win the... Yeah, I don't think there's a way, I don't think there's a division between the two. Okay, they arrive 20th September, they arrive 3rd of September. We've got a much bigger army. Oh god. I think I screwed us. Oh no, we've got enough people. So this should be an easy win for us. And what we do immediately after when we win this is we go straight to their capital to take it down. Because we're going to, not only are we going to have the, not only are we going to have numerical superiority, they only have one territory that they're defending, so. By the way, for those of you who are Crusader Kings fans, I know there is a... Okay, so we caught a prisoner. I know there is a new DLC coming out. I don't know a lot about it, but I think a lot of you were asking is like, is there going to be a Crusader Kings 3? And I think almost certainly. I think this is a fairly successful game of paradoxes. But perhaps more importantly than that, I've always said that the one thing that they could add to this game that they haven't so far is theocracies, and it does actually seem that this one is going to be focusing on things like holy orders. So maybe you'll finally be able to play the Catholic Church, I don't know. Young Bodil seems to be developing a rather devious and manipulative streak. I can beat it out of her, or I'm sure she will suffer in life. She loses playful, she gains deceitful, which will increase her intrigue but not her diplomacy. Well, what's she focusing on? She is a diplomat, so I'll beat it out of her. She's depressed, affectionate, proud, and deceitful. Fair enough. Alright, this concerns me a little bit. They're back with their big force, and of course mine is up north, but I'm still going to insist on this, I'm still going to insist on this assault on Camille. In fact, I'm going to go even further, and I'm going to assault the holding, which is going to cause higher attrition for me, but it'll finish the fight faster. As she's growing older, I can see that Ingfrid could use some guidance in some of my more experienced areas, the art of war. This is my chance to make an effort for the sake of her education, but what can I offer? I can show bravery to inspire others, and make her brave. Thing is that this is just my daughter. It's not actually the heir, so in this case I'm going to say she must learn on her own, because I don't really want to get the character stressed. Stress can potentially kill my character, so it'd be best if I don't have to deal with a succession right away. Good news is that my heir looks like he'll have a high diplomacy, so this will be good for dealing with my council and such. Alright, so this is what I was going for before. I've taken everything that they own, which means I can enforce the demands, and I win. And as is the case, I have further titles to pass on. So let's see if I can grant Camille. Apparently not. Do I not possess this title? Can we? Of course I do. Okay, so I can't declare war as long as the tribal army is up. As much as I'd love to use these guys for more, I really don't have anything else to do with them, so... Alright, so... who do I give this to? Again, ideally it's a family member. Well, he's got 2 sons, so... they don't like it because... apparently this guy's very powerful. Fair enough. Again, can't give him these titles. I guess I'll slightly strengthen this guy then. Nope, because... alright, so it looks like there's just too much power concentrated in general. So I'll go back to my old trick. Go to my court, find who likes me the most. Grant the random guy a title. Obviously the ideal situation here would be to, you know, to wait for these conquests to pass them on to family members, and in fact it's possible because I'm probably only going to have the 1 son. But I also think there's just going to be other opportunities for me to do things like, oh, hang on. I'll ransom him because he'll like me enough. If he just went and joined the faction, I'm going to be very upset. Alright, so apparently this guy wants a job. Man, this guy hates me. Why does he hate me so much? I am trying to assassinate my own spy master. This will probably not end well, but... So if I go after Finnmark, they're going to use 500 prestige to get another 2,500 troops, and then God knows what the defensive pact does. I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to kick back and get up to my 5,800 troops. That way I won't have to worry as much about the faction. Young Alfir has finished her education in the ways of intrigue. It is evident that she has excelled in her studies. This pleases me. So yeah, we're gonna just take a little break for a while. And what I'm going to be doing over the next little while is just, if I have opportunities to collect money, I will. Okay, why don't they want this guy booted out? Malcontent opposes. Okay, doesn't want to see the family member. That's fair. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to sit back, I'm going to build up my military strength, and then I think what I'm going to do, so I don't need to worry about sort of these coalitions, I'm actually going to start doing some raids on these islands. Problem is they're going to be a little tricky to hold. And other than these three, they don't actually contribute anything to the Empire of Scandinavia. So I do still want my focus to be to the east here. But because these guys are just so strong once they burn some prestige to bring up 2,500 troops, you can see how I've almost lost so many of these wars. At this point, I just need to roll back, you know, just calm down and take a minute to just sort of bring things back. Try not to overexpand. The other thing, too, is as long as I just have the one son, then all of this passes on to him. And so I don't necessarily have the same impetus to found the empire as I would if I had, like, multiple sons. And my wife is 36 with a lover's pox, so I'm going to make the guess that she's not going to be having any more kids. But we'll see. Notice that Marshal Omar's hard work, and everyone seems to like him. I am deciding between having my Marshal heighten the morale of the troops or try to recruit more soldiers. Let's get him to boost morale. Man, I always have fantasies of torturing people. I will resist my foul impulses and make money. Alright, here we go. For too long you've restricted our rights. The time has come to decrease the level of tribal organization. You must submit to this demand peacefully or face the consequences. Rest assured that I have the support of others who are equally determined to see things return to the natural order. I will not be blackmailed. Wow, they're close. So we've got a 5th civil war. It's actually going to be a little tricky to navigate everybody. And as always, we'll call in the allies. So I'm cautiously optimistic about this because it's so concentrated, but we'll see what happens when the allies get called in. Large bands of rebels and opportunists are flocking to the banner of the faith. This traitor Ormur of Ausist. I call it Audistland all the time. Austisland. Ah, okay. So the okay, this is actually really interesting. So the majority of the troops are actually going to be in the north here. This is not so bad for me. Because I believe I can crush the rebellion, and I don't think he has enough ships to bring people over. So this should turn out okay. Again, it's a nice little bit of housekeeping that I can do. I'm just able to clear out the people who hate me and... Alright. I think we're gonna be good. I'm actually so confident I'm gonna take another group to go to Chust. So I'm going to try and siege down as much of this as we can at once. Worst case scenario, of course, is we have to go over to Iceland and deal with them. But I don't think that will be required. I kind of want to be careful here because there is a fairly sizable contingent of troops, but what we'll do is we'll go from... Lord have just received news that the Jarl has gone into hiding to try and foil the plot against... Okay. I don't know how to do the sacrifices to Odin, actually. I can torture and mutilate. But yeah, I don't know how to do the sacrifices. Anyway, let's clobber our enemies. Yogbilda has finished her education in diplomacy. I notice with pride that she has attained nothing less than a masterful level of knowledge. So she is a Grey Eminence, -1 martial, +2 intrigue, +9 diplomacy, +2 learning. Still depressed though. Okay, so we caught some prisoners. We'll go to more, and then that's actually a fairly sizable enemy there. Okay, so I've got a dull daughter, affectionate, and indolent. We'll make her a diplomat too. So what I could do here is I could just cross the... I am actually going to cross this strait just because the number of boats coming over causes me some concern. What I should start doing actually is marrying off some of my daughters. So let's go, as always, to Medieval Tinder. This is actually kind of tempting. She's one of my better daughters, though, so... So they'll agree to it, but it will be not beneficial to me. Okay, let's go back to Medieval Tinder and let's focus on my more eligible daughter. So we do the High Chief. I gain a small bonus to prestige from that. I'll be honest with you though, I don't like these options because they're just too young. No, this is more like it. Again, he's the wrong religion, but... I think it's safe to say I'm not going to find any good Germanic pagans to nail or to marry my daughter off to. I think this is our best bet. Gives me a slight prestige. Oh, the guys are back. I think I'm actually going to lose this territory, unfortunately, but we can get it back. You notice we're doing a pretty good job of on this war without doing anything in Iceland. So I think we don't need to worry about staging the invasion. We just need to make sure that we lock up any territory that they take from us. So sorry to run through this so quickly. This is just, I don't know, this is a little more routine. So there we go. We basically got enough. If you ever want to know what's sort of driving these things, basically you can sort of see the contributors to the fights. And in this case, a good majority of this came from occupation. They haven't really won any battles, so we offer peace, we enforce the demands, and the rebellion is over. So in this case, I was able to do that without too much expense to myself, and I'm going to be able to claim a whole bunch of titles from the rebels. Hopefully stuff that I like, but... Okay. So I've got a conscientious kid. Oh yes, but this is the first training, so again I kind of want to raise diplomats. I will teach her etiquette. Yeah, so a bunch of people in prison. All right. I think what I'll do here, I'll take a quick look at prisoners. So anybody who will like me after ransoming them, I will kind of petition for release. As far as my council is concerned, only my steward remains. All right. So apparently there are no powerful vassals in my realm who can sort of force my hand on this stuff. So we'll do Chancellor. Marshal quite likes me. Alright, now this Spy Master doesn't like me too much, so in this case I'm actually going to move down to a Spy Master that does like me. And... Myseer. So I should have a slightly better council as far as the distribution of... Is Horikir good at anything? No, he's not good at anything. So for the as far as the distribution of sort of my wishes, let's assign people to useful tasks. Not sure what I want to do with my Spy Master yet. Although, so she's a courtier. Well, in that case, I'm not going to worry too much about her. Let's do a charm offensive on vassal. Well, actually, I should do a charm offensive on the council members who might oppose me. So, looks like a bunch of pragmatists. 36, 41, 36, 17. Okay. I'm going to start with my Spy Master. Okay, so apparently I can't deploy him where I need him. Chancellor, I would like you to convince yourself that I'm a really great guy. Ooh, hello. So I've got another big chance for me to push things to my advantage. So in this case, let's take Yakub. I can't get him, I can't request a favor from him, unfortunately, because I've already done that. Can I ask it from the others? So I've got, how many people on my council? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. So I think I just need 2 more on side. Okay, so let's do 1, 2. I just want to make sure they take the bait. Okay, so we have got some bonus troops. Alright, let's slow things down a little bit so I can see this play out. So what should happen here? Should be my own vote and Dan's. Alright, so my son needs a focus. He's conscientious, conscientious, affectionate, and indolent. Now these are sort of conflicting with each other, but I really do need to shore up his stewardship, I feel. So let's double down on that. I also can invest in technology. It looks like it's military technology, so let's just get a quick look at what the composition of my force looks like. I have no idea what I'm going to do with these guys, so let's just, I'm going to disband them, unfortunately. So it looks like we're still heavily light infantry. I don't believe we have any cavalry in my army. So it makes sense for me to actually put this into light infantry, but I think it makes more sense for me to put the points into kind of even out my my tech here. Similar story for my economy. Let's do improved keeps and then construction. And I think I still want to focus on... I think I still want to hold off and improve my noble customs. Alright, now Dan had better vote in favor of this thing or I'm going to be really upset. Oh, okay. And we've approved the title revocation law. So, the great thing here... Actually, what's my strength at? 4,100 troops. And he's incapable. Everybody likes it. Yeah, so he may not be able to raise this this army. I'm going to call the allies just in case. Now, I'll explain why that was a big deal for me and why I burned the 2 favors in order to accomplish that. Oh, where did we start? Endor's, it was this county, Selsvig. Holy smokes! 10,000 troops. How the hell did that happen? All right, well, I think I'm about to take my lumps. Yeah, I have no idea, Foxu, but this is gonna get interesting. Ooh, hello? Okay, good. Yeah, I want to know what event gives me 10,000 troops. And he has the cancer. All right. So I'm gonna go back to being sneaky on this one. We're all gonna focus on... Now, I mean, the funny thing here, I do kind of have enough. I have enough for two events of 2,500. All right, she's idolizer, conscientious, and indolent. Let's get her to do learning education. So what I think I'm going to focus on here is I'm going to sort of amass this territory. Young Linda has finished her education in the ways of war. It turned out less well than expected. She is a misguided warrior. Oh, I thought I had somebody to marry off. Okay, so we can call in more allies. So I've got about 4,000 troops. Now, there's going to be a couple things that happen. So one, it's going to lose troops to attrition. Two, it's going to wind up taking over a lot of my territories. What I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to be sitting on this in the background. I'm going to wait for him to make his moves. Konda Skadrid, the wife of High Chief Otav of Rostov, has been spending a few days in Selvig. It has been a very nice experience meeting her. Maybe our peoples are not so different after all. I'll write to the High Chief and maybe we can be friends. If this agreement can lead to better understanding between our peoples, I will put an effort into opening our borders to visitors from your realm. Excellent. So what I want to try and do here is bait out these troops as far away from the homeland as I can get them, and then turn around and go by boat to take their land. It's going to be a bit of a risky strategy that I employ, but I think I can make it work. Because the alternative is that I blow a bunch of prestige to correct my mistake. What I do want to do, though, is kind of hold off until the last minute for that, because boats are expensive. So I think they're just going to terrorize this area. Young Holmfrid has finished her education in ways of intrigue. It is evident that she excelled at her studies. Time for medieval Tinder. She's 16. Yeah, Foxu, I mean, it's not a mystery to me in terms of it, just I didn't think he had so much prestige. I mean, again, I could... It is possible for me to spend the prestige and just guarantee the win. I think I'm gonna go for the main... Hello, the real Garen. Well, we're attacking a guy who spawned 10,000 troops. Bloodglade, how are you doing? And Elkanu, thank you so much for that host. I wonder if he's here. Alright, so if I take my 6,000 troops, add that to the 2,000 here. Not a problem, Elkanu. You might actually just see me get my ass kicked here anyway, so... So I would have 92 with these guys. If I had 2,500, that would be another thing that I could move. Well, okay, I hate doing this, but let's raise the tribal army. And I'm gonna herd these kittens. Oh god, they're not gonna be unified in their move. I was gonna try and herd the kittens so that everybody kind of went on this one big sort of assault, but it looks like it's not agreeing enough to do this. Although you can't quite put your finger on what's wrong. You don't feel right. I am experiencing malaise. So guys, a lot of very special streamers in here tonight. Obviously Jesse Quill, Melee Mage, but Elkanu, easily my favorite French-speaking streamer. Oh my god. You are confined to your bed, your body racked with aches and chills, you have contracted the flu. God, I'm really tempted to just hit the other 2,500 troops so I can... Alright. And now I'm down to 7,000? Attrition doesn't go that fast. Okay, we're gonna go directly to their capital. And then I'm gonna find out that I spent too much money on my troops. Anyways, guys, sorry about this. Elkanu is, if you love gaming and you want to if you want to show people what streaming is about, what it looks like to be a part of a stream, which is entirely about a love of games, you know, an appreciation of the hobby, you absolutely have to check out Elkanu's channel. Even if you don't speak French, even if you're, you know, even if you only like games a little, you're doing yourself a tremendous favor if you check out his stream and just wallow in the sense of humor, how charming he is. There's actually a really delightful highlight if you guys check it out. You can check out his New Year's stream. Okay, I'm putting my Danish company in the middle where all the good guys are. If you take a look at his highlights, he's got a really wonderful stream from. He's got a really wonderful highlight from New Year's, which I strongly recommend you check out. Again, a lot of the things that make his cast are great there. You get a chance to see his family. One other thing that I would say too, I don't know if he still does this on Madcore TV, but Johnny for his skill at Dark Souls, and Elkanu's actually quite good at Dark Souls himself. But I've never had so much fun watching him in Madcore TV. So I don't know if he's still doing it on that channel or if he does it on his own. But if you stick around, eventually you might get a chance to watch him play one of the Dark Souls games, and it will absolutely be worth it. He's got a cool job, a wonderful personality, and a really great cast. I strongly recommend that you check him out. Alright, so you've recovered from the flu. Now with coughing, fever, and headache are just unpleasant memories. I'm really worried about what happened to those other troops. But fortunately it looks like I'll have a numerical advantage. Unless, of course, the other 3,000 troops suddenly show up, at which point I will cry. Young Ingfrid has finished her education in the ways of intrigue, and it seems that she has learned all the basic skills required. Very good. Let's ransom her. Young Hala has finished her education in diplomacy. It is evident that she excelled in her studies. Won't accept the offer. Okay. Well, I'm looking forward to when you do, Elkanu. Alright. So it looks like we're just going to come careening into each other. So we might go into Kemi on the 11th. I actually want the defensive bonus, so I'm going to wait for them to come to me. Good news, too, is that in the meantime, my guys are heading to their main territory, so we kind of get it both ways. Alright, let's just slow this down, see what we're up against. So, they've got more they've actually got more than everything? That doesn't make sense. Oh, it's the full amounts. Anyways, we outnumber them, so... As the enemy draws near during the battle, an uncontrollable rage begins to swell within you. You furiously bite down on the edges of your shield in an attempt to devour it. Trembling with anger, you then raise your great axe and charge howling into the enemy ranks. Many of the cowards attempt to flee at the mere sight of you, but your axe has no mercy to spare for them. Must kill more. Berserker, gain 4 martial, lose 2 diplomacy, and gain personal combat skill. Oh, he's not blind, he's just disfigured. And for some reason my rightmost side doesn't have a general, which is unfortunate, but fortunately my center will be okay. Sturla is no longer steward. And I inherited the kingdom, which is good for me, although I do need to find someone to take the title. Alright, so that was a good win for us. What I think we'll do is we'll actually cut the force in half. I'll get 1 recovering Kemi, and we'll take the other one to work on Finmar Karoo. Hello, the you. How are you doing? Alright, some of my prisoners are croaking. Alright, I'm gonna have a change of plans on this one. I'm actually gonna reunite this army and instead I'm just gonna siege down this holding. That's because this army's gonna be reunited. And then second of all, I've already got 2,000 troops on taking their capital, so... And we've got the... Okay, so that was fairly straightforward after the scare with 10,000 troops. Technically, if I take Kola... Interesting. So technically, if I take Kola, they don't have enough prestige to be able to take to bring up another 2,500 troops. How am I sitting on my troop count, though? I mean, I'm okay. My factions aren't too bad. But I have some powerful vassals who are mad that they don't have positions. Okay. I suppose I kind of took advantage of the fact that I didn't have, that all my powerful vassals were in jail for a while, so now I gotta work with this. Okay, so it's just one noble, a little bit martial, a little bit intrigue. I think intrigue is the right call here. Actually, yeah. So what I'm gonna do, he's a bit of a pain in the ass, so we're gonna send him to Constantinople to steal technology. Either he's gonna get me stuff, or he's gonna wind up captured. Either way, he's out of my hair. Now, as far as my Chancellor's concerned, how about I assign him to making him like me? Nope, can't do that. Alright. Let's find the vassals that don't like me. Wait, so I can't make him... I bet I can make him happy with like an honorary title though. Let's make him Herdman. Thank you, private message person. That was really, really nice of you. So an invasion of Kola is really tempting right now. I can attempt to arrest this individual. They don't really like me. What is the plot that he's doing? Let's go for it. See, what I'm really looking forward to is if we're able to... Ah, here we go. There's some children. So what... I wonder what the laws of East Francia are. So if it's not primogeniture, we're actually going to see a breakup of Francia. And what that means is that at least one of the holy sites. So I probably could take a grab for this because of Germany. And then Tholen. It's a little harder because I think that's in Francia. Yeah. Kaylee Cakes, how you doing? Thank you very much for that host. All right, well, I guess the first two things I need to do are get rid of these new titles. So, I can't grant him a landed title because he already has it. I don't know if Kaylee's here, but if you guys haven't seen her, she's another really wonderful streamer. She had a bit of a hiatus, but is back better than ever. A lot of fun to be around. Has been doing a lot of golf with friends actually, which is, hey guys, it's a Kaylee Cakes raid. Well, now I really need to to sell you guys on it. So there's a few things that are actually really great about Kaylee's stream. Now, my note here, Kaylee, says that you were actually playing DayZ today. Kaylee Cakes is, I want to say, a fairly new streamer. But the fact of the matter is that you won't see this watching her cast. She's very polished in her delivery, and her stream has been growing very rapidly. I think she's at 800-something followers last I checked. She has been doing a really great job of kind of coming up with partnerships, things like, I think, sorry, it's not Loot Crate, it's Geek Fuel, and a few others. And she's actually also been very nice in donating a few codes to this stream. I don't think I've ever been able to play one while she was here with us. But again, a really valued member of this community, a really talented streamer in her own right, and of course a bunch of you who are coming through from her stream know exactly what I'm talking about. So welcome to Inferno the Fire Lord, Kaylee Cakes, who else do we have here? There's a couple of others. Streamiversary in a few weeks. Please, Kaylee Cakes, be sure to let us know when that's happening. That would be really wonderful to catch you. Now, I'll warn you guys, I may not be streaming for too much longer because I'm already an hour past my my bedtime, but we've been having a pretty good time of it. So for those of you not familiar with this game is called Crusader Kings 2. I've actually been playing it a little bit slower than what I normally do. Oh, it's not a problem at all, Kaylee Cakes. I legitimately enjoy checking out your channel and just hanging out there. It's one thing, I know you and Johnny Big Time and Jesse Quill, all of you are really fantastic in the kinds of shoutouts that you give. I always feel really warm and welcome there. But the big thing is I've never needed a shout out to feel appreciated in any of your guys' streams. It's always been an absolute delight to hang out with you and to be able to experience the game with you. So please don't worry about it at all. So what this game is, it's the genre is grand strategy. So as you can see from this wonderful map of what used to be Europe, but has been expanded to include, well, it's always had Africa and the Middle East, but now it includes India as well. But basically what this game is about is you play a noble in the Middle Ages. We began in 769 AD, we're now at 822. And in this particular playthrough, we actually began as the Count of Svelsig, which is a county in Denmark, although Denmark had not been founded at that time. And what we've done is we've sort of expanded our power to create the Kingdom of Denmark, and as you might notice, it's maybe a little bit more than Denmark. If you want to see what Denmark normally looks like, that's what it would be. And we have since included Sweden, Norway, and we're well on our way to founding the Empire of Scandinavia. Basically, we want to have about 80% of this blue area in our possession. So we're going to be taking some of these eastern states, sort of the things around the Baltic. Now, we've been running into a little bit of trouble. So whenever we've been going up against these tribal rulers, they tend to generate a lot more troops than what we're used to. And so I've been earning a little less prestige than I would normally in a game like this. So what this game is largely about is sort of advancing the interests of your family through history. This game ends around the 1400s, around the fall of Constantinople, which is right here. And this game is largely about sort of amassing and handling power. So in this case, I am now a king. I am eventually going to crown myself emperor when I gain the ability to do so. And it's a little bit of a role-playing game because this is my character sheet and all of my abilities. As you can see, I'm particularly good at military things. But I can't just... I'm not a king in the sense that perhaps your president wants to be a king. Have a very good night, Elkanu. I have to do things such as get the permission of the council for certain things. Now, if I don't do what the council wants, that's fine. It's just that I will be seen as a tyrant, and there will be a certain degree of resistance to... Why do you feel terrible, Captain Bear? Hello, the distinguished gentleman. How are you doing? I don't know. Do I normally rustle a James? But basically, the idea here is that. So let's give you an example. I need to give away some titles. So let's say I want to give away. Okay, I've got a brother here. I want to give them a title. Let's say I want to give them Finnmark. Oh, of course the council will like this. Okay, let's say all my other relatives are dead. Great. This may take a while, chat. Solvi. Alright, Solvi. You don't like me, but I'm going to give you the chiefdom of Finnmark. So in this case here, some members of my council, some of them like this move, some of them don't. But in this case, I had enough council support to move forward with this. So I'm able to give away some territory to a member of my family. In some particular cases, they will oppose it. Now, again, I can do it anyway. But what will happen to me is I will... Okay, let's see if I can give... what's the other title I need to give away? I've got... Iceland. Okay, so let's take Frederick here. Let's grant him the chiefdom of Östersland. Here's a perfect example, right? So there are 3 people who like it. I like it. My loyalist likes it. And somebody owes me a favor, so they'll come alongside with that. But the people who don't like it, there's a pragmatist who doesn't like it. There's somebody who will automatically oppose everything. And so in this case, because there are more people who oppose it than support it, what's going to happen is if I move forward with this policy, the council will view it as an act of tyranny, and I'm going to lower the opinion of my subjects by a certain amount. And what will happen is there's going to be more revolutions in my country, and I'm not going to be able to get things done. So one thing I always like to say about this game is heavy is the head that wears the crown. Just because you're the boss doesn't mean that you kind of get to do everything you want without question. All right, so Hrorkir is on the council. He's got 1 title and 2 sons. So he'll probably support this one. Yep. So notice here, because it's one of his sons that's gaining it, he supports this move, and as a result, I get enough votes on the council. Alright, now I'm over my vassal limit, which means that I need to either improve my diplomacy, or actually what I'm going to do instead, I'm going to switch to business in my final years. It doesn't do anything for my diplomatic skill, but... I'm kind of curious, what would it take? Okay, sorry guys, I'm thinking out loud a little bit. Wanted to donate, but you won't accept a Visa gift card? No, so sorry. Not a problem at all, Captain Bear. I'm actually... my card's been declined all over the place. I was going to give a donation to Johnny Big Time tonight, so I think it's just this time of year. Don't worry at all about it, Captain Bear. Have a wonderful evening. Thanks a lot, Inferno Fire Lord. If you guys can give me a quick second here, I really appreciate you stopping by, and I'll be sure to be here to explain the game a little bit and do a bit more time, but I actually need to get some water. I had a really wonderful dinner, and but I haven't drunk anything yet, so let me just take a second and get some refreshment. I'll be back in a sec. Oh yes, Distinguished Gentleman is from the UK, so Jess now knows more things about the homeland of the gentleman than I do. So guys, what I've been thinking about, status of women is becoming a little bit of a problem for me. Traditional, which basically means women are prohibited from holding all job positions. Some government types will be restricted to agnatic inheritance laws. There can be marginal status of women. Women are allowed to hold some power, occupying background positions behind the people in charge. So they're allowed to hold the office of spymaster. Significant status of women. Women related to the ruler are allowed to hold the office of spymaster, chancellor, or steward. Notable, which will allow changing gender preference laws. And finally, full status of women. So this should be a priority for my bloodline, but it's going to get, I think it's going to take a while before I can accomplish that. So one of the things I've been slowly trying to do is take power away from my council. I've hit a little bit of a snag in the sense that I should be nominating someone. So here's my overall goal. So I need to somehow adopt feudalism. That either means I need to become Christian or I need to reform my pagan religion. The next thing that I need to do is sort of become a proper feudal state and introduce sort of succession laws that will allow me to choose my son, and only my son, as the chief recipient of the titles. Let me just work out really quick what I need to accomplish. So I've got 49 out of 69. Let me actually get exactly how much I need. So 69 times 0.8, that was close, 55, okay. So I need 6 more titles. Let's count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it would probably have to be something here for 6, and these guys are pretty strong. I own all the other... Yeah, I own everything else. So I think if we're going to go after Kola, now would be the time. They've got 202 troops. As far as pacts are concerned, there doesn't seem to be a defensive pact against me anymore. So let's go for it. No problem, Captain Bear. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful evening. Alright. As always, actually this one I'm going to skip my allies just because I don't expect any, okay, I really want to know what I own here. Oh, it's just the vassal. Okay. So I'm not actually going to raise the allies yet.
Greed,
Oh, for God's sake.
for lack of a better word,
Kaylee Cakes.
good.
No message, too. Kaylee Cakes, thank you so much for that donation. I really do appreciate it. Alright, so because they raised 2,000 troops, again, it looks like these are just events that are triggering. They've got the same prestige, but for whatever reason, they just spawned 2,000 more, so for this purpose, we will call in allies, because I don't want to sacrifice too many of my troops just to deal with something where these random bonuses come out. But that was very sweet of you, Kaylee. I hope that isn't because of what you mentioned a little bit earlier, because your host, and especially having everybody coming in and hanging out, is... Ah, thank you so much. That means a lot. And actually, I'll say this again, guys. So, and by the way, I apologize. I've kind of been all over the place on some of my explanations, so I'll try and go back to talking about my prisoners in a little bit. But one thing I do kind of want to point out, especially from other streamers who donate, so there is a type of caster, and I'm very fortunate not to know any of them in person, who kind of views other streams as competition. And I completely understand the sentiment in one way, because in the end, there is only... okay, so there's going to be about 3,000 troops coming after me. You know, we're all sort of competing in some way for eyeballs. We're all, you know, trying to do our best on this platform. And in the end, you know, you can have multiple tabs open, but really your attention is going to be in one place. And of course, there's a finite number of streamers who are willing, or viewers who are willing to donate to a stream. And as a result, okay, I just lost a bunch of people. What's the plot that he's involved in? Sure, let's try it. I really gotta empty out my dungeon, I think. Anyways, so there's definitely an attitude, which I think is a wrong-headed one, but definitely one that exists, that sort of says that we're all in competition with each other. And again, in some senses, there's a finite number of people who are willing to donate to a stream, but I just don't find it a very useful way of operating, because, you know, I don't like looking at people like Kaylee and Jesse Quill as competitors. I definitely like thinking of them as friends, and I hope that they think the same as me. So when I get a donation from a streamer, that really means a whole lot, because in the end, this is something that I know that they're looking to get themselves, and it's not easy, because obviously we're in a time now where entertainment is, you know, it's largely free, and people are not used to paying for it. But on top of that, whenever somebody donates, in the end, what's happening is there's the donation ultimately represents somebody's time. I mean, this is something that you've put the time into earning, your work and your sorry guys, I'm distracted a little bit by the game. you're definitely trying to, or you're definitely, taking the time to, to get this for yourself, and the fact that you're willing to share that with me means a whole lot. Again, it's easy to sort of sit down and just kind of play around with these games and have a little bit of fun with it, but it really does mean a lot to me that you that the stream means enough that you're willing to part with some of your money. And again, some people say, oh, I only donated, or I just wanted to, or anything along these lines. It really, any amount is it will make me feel wonderful. It's again, I don't consider it as a dollar value. I consider it as the amount of time that you had to give up for that, and the fact that you're not just spending the time being here on the stream and doing a whole lot and being friendly, but are actually parting with the time in terms of what you earned. I never want to take that for granted. So, thanks. Jessie Quill likes to think of me as her own personal friend zone. As she's growing older, I can see that Asta could use some guidance in more of my experienced areas. It will require hard work and not always be appreciated, but this is my chance to make a self-sacrifice. I will tell her to learn on her own because she is not... Oh! We already won. Alright, so I've got some titles to distribute. So I think the lesson here is going to be that there's always going to be more troops than I expect. Oh, this is encouraging, though. Alright, so I got 3 titles that I need to give up. Cola, first of all. So, as usual, I'll start by going into our family tree and just finding male heirs that don't have titles yet. Again, the council's not too crazy about this. Oh yeah, let's try and make some money off of ransom. Sort by opinion. I'm also going to be able to revoke these titles, but I also kind of want to make sure that I can take advantage of these. So, all right. Looks like Friedrich will not be approved for title. I'm going to assume this will be the same for any of these. Okay. There's one son already. What about this guy? Again, they don't like it, I think because of the strength of my dynasty. So I think I'm kind of stuck for these. I wish I could really just get rid of this guy. Actually, pretty soon I will. Maybe I should just sit on my larger demand until I can until I can kind of get rid of the traitors. So what I just did there with my prisoners was I kind of got rid of some of their... I got rid of the ones who I could either banish or ransom. Frodi dragged his unfaithful spouse Igna before me, insists that I should punish her. I could say that this is a waste of my time, or I could say she will be locked in the stock. Let's see, Igna doesn't like me, I think because she doesn't like me because I'm disfigured. I think she might have been a spy master for me at some point. Anyway, locked in the stocks. There we go. So now we've got another rebellion. Let's maybe end the night on this one. So, for too long you've restricted the political influence of your vassals. The time has come to give the council more power. Submit to this demand peacefully, or wow, 4,200 men. Okay. Or face the consequences. Rest assured that I have gathered others who are equally upset. Again, I refuse to be blackmailed. They're close to where I live, which is a little bit of a concern. But we should still be able to manage this pretty well. I'm gonna put all my troops into one spot. I think I'm gonna take these guys down. Actually, let's reconsider that. The thing that you need to pay attention to that one there, Jesse Quill, was who I liked more. The trade route from Kola is in dire need of the new ship and equipment to be able to continue bringing in goods to our realm. I need to keep the trade route running. I'm willing to spend the 81 gold for it. Now I'm kind of curious whether or not Denmark... Okay, so... Or sorry, whether or not Iceland is involved. It is, but I don't know if they have any troops that they're going to be bringing in, so... Have a good night, the you. So what I'm trying to do here right now is take advantage of the fact that this rebellion is going to be a little bit fragmented. So I'm going to call in all my allies. I'm not going to fill the council seats yet, just because I probably am going to have a few other opportunities come up. And what we're going to do now is we're going to take advantage of the fact that they're a little disorganized, and we'll plow into as many of these troops as we can to get a bit of a positional advantage. So, see what we can do with this. All right, where did I get a defeat? So what you can see here, right, is that I've got a pretty strong stack of generals together. And even though they've got some fairly decent stacks, I'm going to be taking 3,000 versus 900. So my commander Freyr was cornered and slain by the enemy on the battlefield. He fought bravely until the end. Right. Well, I can't change the laws while I'm at war, unfortunately. So instead, let's... where are my minor titles? Let's appoint some new commanders. Alright, so again, what I want to be doing here is I want to be gobbling up as many of these larger units as I can. Unfortunately, I think I'm going to lose this, this particular fight. Oop, that's actually a pretty fair fight. I shouldn't have been so speedy on that. I'm going to move these guys in just to help things out. I think we still win, but it's a lot closer than I want it to be. Yeah, so they've got a stronger center, so... Fortunately, the flanks are finishing the job, so... I forgot to put a general there. Alright, so it was costly, but we pulled it off. And now what the rest of this is going to be is cleaning up the remaining territories here. So I'll take the king to lead this merry band. So I think what will probably be best for me to do is to actually take this big stack that I have and take out that next next group of 1,000, because it's also going to let me sort of traipse around this territory and gobble up some areas. So they leave September 6th, September 10th. Alright, it'd be nice to help my allies here, but I don't like the odds and they're going to be facing 7,800 troops, so instead we'll take this group. Again, you kind of want to focus on what you can achieve. Right now I can take some territory from the enemy, so that's going to be priority number 1. And then next, I'm going to kind of move in, and I especially want to take Chust, which seems to be their capital. And if I can, again, gobble up these smaller units along the way, so much the better for me. Okay, so we move immediately to their capital, because again, if I can keep these units from connecting, that's better for me. So not perfect, but we'll at least get the 500 down. And notice here I'm kind of taking them all one by one, which is fantastic news for me. And now there's 700 troops that are on their way, so we'll just kind of hop from place to place to wrap this up. Young Tovi has finished her education in the ways of faith and learning. It seems that she has learned all the basic skills required, and she becomes a dutiful cleric. Let's see if I can... ransom her. Nope. Okay. Never mind then. However, we will sell another prisoner. Dear King Boltfer of Denmark, during wife's recent visit to Sussex, we had a great time discussing the similarities between our people. I suggest a non-aggression pact between us for the near future, and we will welcome any visitors from your realm with open arms. Interesting. Okay, so let's take a look. The Earl of Essex. Oh, Sussex, sorry. He's got 700 troops to his name. Let's go for non-aggression. I think it'd be nice to do at least a little, have at least one ally in England. I just can't attack that now. Alright, we'll sell another prisoner. I have to pick which one of these I want to take, so I'm going to take the 279 here because I can probably stop that siege from succeeding. Then we'll be able to return. Not only will we recapture Finland, but we'll actually be able to take them on slightly more advantageous ground, so. Alright, I've got my heir, which means I can give my character a new focus. Just quickly going through the mission, or just quickly going through some of the notes. Usually I can safely ignore these, but I don't like doing the all clear unless I sort of know what all of them are. Okay, so I don't have any valid ambitions right now, so that's a little unfortunate, but I'll carry on. May turn out that I win mostly through these land battles. Actually, I'd love to take the capital, but all right. Asta's finished her education. Let's arrange a marriage. She's 16, so is anything that can get me some prestige? Yeah, why not? All right, another child to teach. I've got playful, affectionate, and conscientious. Let's do diplomacy again. So we're at 86% war score. I don't think taking Finland will be enough to seal the deal, but let's take a look. Yeah, not even close. So in this case, I'm going to go straight for the heart and take their capital. "Mercy!" cried the thief when Gutmundur confronted and accused him of being a robber. I can say cut off his hand or just he's a petty thief. Yeah, just a petty thief. Alright, so I just lost a whole bunch of points for some reason. Probably from occupation. But that's fine, I'll be regaining it quite shortly. Alright, so I think I just lost my son. Oh my god, my son was in, my son wound up captured for some reason. Oh, God. Alright, well, might as well ransom him. Grew a new heir. I didn't realize he was one of my commanders, actually. That's a bit of a shame. But them's the breaks. Young Astrid seems to have a natural charm and way with words. So Pepin just set up an anti-pope, which is actually good news for us, because it means that he will likely be facing some fairly strong resistance. Alright, now my wife's 43, so what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to start taking concubines. Say court. Okay, my realm, let's go by age, ideally 16 or around that. And hopefully lustful. Okay, so I could take Inga as my concubine. She's quick, attractive. Only catch is that she's not... Do I just not have lustful people in my realm? What is this? Oh, here we go. 21-year-old though, so we can do better. I like what I like, okay guys? Don't judge me. Yeah, so if I don't have any lustful 16-year-olds, I think I'm gonna go for the hottie. She's attractive, quick, diligent, gregarious, cynical, has like a million stats and everything, so... The crooked Jarl Hrokr the Repulsive has called in the favor you owe him in order to force you to pardon his devilish crimes. You are no longer able to take hostile actions against him without looking like a tyrant in the eyes of the realm. Damn! I wanted to take his stuff. Alright, so for some reason, Nupa is... it's because my demand is too big. Alright. Well, I can fix that. Let's see if the fact that I have a small council... probably it won't... Well, no, actually, if Yakub likes me, I should be able to force through my allocations. Okay, so young Frederick finally can get... Oh, for crying out loud. So I have to actually stack the council. You're foreign, do you have a chance to be a system shock concubine? I don't need it to be foreign. Okay. So again, I get to go sort of merit based on these things. Ideally, I have people who like me quite a bit. So let's see. I've got a good steward, good okay, so he'll be marshal. Spy Master, I'll assign Igna. My concubine, yikes. And my seer. Okay, so I don't have really high hopes for this turning out, to be honest. Okay, let's see what my council looks like. A little bit of everything. I have no idea whether or not they're going to agree to this allocation. Probably should have put more family members on. Oh, for God's sake, why? I also need an advisor. Who likes me the most? I think they're still not going to go for it. Again, I kind of wish that there was a way of knowing how people would respond to what you do. Now I do have 2 vassal positions open, which is good for me, so we'll start with that, I think. So give him cola. And we'll see maybe if the fact that I have somebody who kind of likes me on the council, we'll see if that translates into any goodwill so far as granting titles to my family members. I'm gonna guess no, but never hurts to try. Oh god, they really don't want that. Alright, so same story as usual. Find a spot that I don't know what to do with. Find the vassal who likes me the most. Who's a dude. Okay, for some reason they don't like that one. Interesting. Okay, so apparently as long as Knupa is on the council, he's going to be a problem. So, let's, I think the easiest way to deal with him is just kill him. He's effectively going to block every, sort of move I try to make, and he's already got 3 titles to his name, so. Oh, hey Paradox Gaming. I still owe you an answer. I do appreciate you asking that on Ask FM. I've just been a little bit busier than I expected, so I've not been ignoring you, just a little busier than expected. Yeah, so unless I kill Nupa, I just don't get why he's a malcontent. Huh. Alright. Well, I think our next step then should be to start maybe raiding some of these islands. Although that's going to add to my domain size. Did I cut out? I was just saying hi and that thank you for asking your question on Ask FM. I apologize I've not gotten back to it, but I've been a little bit slower than Okay. Well, assuming you can hear me, I was just explaining why I didn't answer the question on Ask FM. Oh my god, it's 1 in the morning. I might need to figure out how to deal with this later. Screw it. Let's take a trip to Scotland. I want Clayu. Alright, so it'll give them 1,000 troops to respond, basically. So it won't be easy, but it should be fairly straightforward. Alright, so first thing I'm going to do is move everybody into position. And then I'll raise the ships. Listen, distinguished gentlemen, jobs will always be there. Civilization, it's only gonna more inheritance, yay! I'm hoping the breakup of my concentration of power will start moving some of the pragmatists on side with us. Let's see if I can get away with that right now, actually. Yeah, so they're okay with that. Okay with that. Where am I giving up? Oh, and I hit my vassal limit again. So again, I could try and drag in some vassals if I wanted, but it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense in this context. We have got 579, nothing, 182, and 765. So even though we're going to be a little bit weak after disembarking, we should still be able to take this fairly easily. should just double check factions. Yeah, this is going to be causing some problems, so... Send my spy master Chamberlain. Yeah. And fortunately, it looks like we've lost the malcontents, so... Good news there. Next step that I want to do is... So, granting... Hey, strapping old lad. Yes, I am actually 2 hours past the time I wanted to finish, but that and I'm really sleepy, as I think the Fallen commentary is indicating. But we'll wrap up this war with Scotland, and the new schedule is posted on the down below, strapping old lad. So obviously, because I moved out east, it's a little bit harder to go to the old times, although, excuse me, I am trying to, at least on the weekends, I'm trying to kind of be a little bit closer to the old stuff. So, we're talking a little bit about my consolidation of power. So I've already got my ability to revoke titles, which means that I'm going to be able to reshape the realm to my will. Next thing I want to have is grant titles. You notice that a lot of the sort of the pushback that I've been getting, and a lot of the things that have been frustrating my efforts to kind of keep power consolidated in my family, is the ability to grant titles. So in this case, all of my council opposes this. So what I'm actually going to have to do, my council, I believe, is 7 people now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So what I'm going to have to do here is sort of bribe 3 councillors to support this this effort. And then eventually I'm going to be able to, once I finish that, I'm going to be able to move to the next phase, which is sort of build up the duchies and build up the sort of the individual components of my realm into sort of these things that shape the way I want the power arranged. All right, this should be enough. It's probably a bit overkill, but. Chancellor Nupa kindly suggests that it would be a benefit to the realm if I studied languages spoken at foreign courts. He offers himself to aid me in my studies. It's an excellent idea, and I owe him a favor. If they can't speak Norse, they're not important. I could gain the shape Shy, Proud. Alright, Shy would be poor. But yeah, I don't like the idea of owing this counselor a favor, so... I became... Proud. Oh wow, I think I took too many. Yeah, I don't need that many. Well, this'll do. Can't stop thinking of all those prisoners in my dungeon. They're at my complete mercy. What a thrill it would be to hurt them, to hear the sweet screams and see the pain in their eyes. Again, I resist my foul impulses, mostly for the piety rather than the benefits from torture. kind of interested to see whether or not... Okay, so it looks like they didn't actually bother to defend the area. So in this case, we're just going to burn down the territory. Good. Got some extra warriors, 868. I actually like the idea of incorporating them into this this attack, so I think we'll be here for a little bit. Looks like Pepin's still been able to get by with his anti-pope. So unfortunately, the war's on a little bit of a hold just because I haven't checked out any of the mods for Democracy 3 yet, unfortunately. Strapping Old Lad, when we have been... Every time that we've tried to cure disease in this playthrough, it's resulted in one of my characters becoming disfigured. I really should be changing my diplomacy. I suspect as soon as I leave, they're gonna retake that territory. Yep, so we're just gonna wait a little bit. Indeed, Tarantoga 21. Yeah, I don't know if it's something about the new Reaper's Due stuff or what, but it's actually been an amusing little running gag on this, which as soon as a character catches some kind of disease, I mean, it's been great for my seers. My seers are normally wealthy, so I just take the opportunity to throw them in prison and take some money from them for it, but it's also a little inconvenient. Just make sure there aren't any boats sieging my lands. It occurred to me I actually should have started on Scotland a little bit faster. Oops. Looks like they're causing some trouble. Alright, Halfdan's out. So one of the reasons I should have gone after Scotland a little bit earlier is because I can't just automatically take those 3 islands. I need to take them kind of slice by slice from I thought that was my kid. Alright. I need more concubines. Lots of lovers' pox, no lustful. What a shame. Okay, let's go for the one with the fewest deformities. And... I just don't want the lover's pox, man. Who's growing older? Again, it's a daughter, so I don't want to put too much effort into it. We'll say... let's learn on her own. Oh, thanks, Jesse Cole. Yeah, so... it occurred to me that I didn't think too much about sort of this fight with Scotland. I might so these guys are on their own, actually. Good to know. How did I just lose something? What did I just lose? Oh my god. I think we can still... enforce our will. Yeah, I didn't really think through the Scotland thing that well, just because it occurred to me that to take territory from them, it's actually going to take me a while. You know what, let's call in the Allies to deal with So it's occurred to me that I'm actually going to have to cycle through a few runs to get the thing done, like to get all these islands. Some of these other lands I'll be able to claim, but of course they're not part of Scandinavia, so it doesn't mean quite as much. But we'll at least have... so we know we're going to be up two more... we're going to be up one more here, two more on these islands with each generation. And then I think we probably just need to mix and match from whatever we can find here. These guys are actually starting to consolidate power, so I should be a little more careful about them. I think the difference in religion is still going to... okay, these guys are going to become problems really soon. I'm going to be bleeding money just by having these things hanging on outside, but it'll probably be more convenient for getting rid of the, or for taking them home, so... I guess the nice thing about my character wanting to torture people is I've been getting a lot of free piety just from declining that event. Alright, looks like I think we captured the king. Or it might have just been the really great work I did at that fight. I don't know. Well, 23% change in war score is not nothing, but anyways, I won't question it. We'll just offer peace and enforce demands. I believe these were the special event. Yeah. So I head back onto the boat. Alright, one of my concubines is pregnant, hopefully with a boy. And once I get my troops home, we'll call it a night. Does he have a title that I want? Yes, but I don't want the theocracies, so let's ransom him. Lysander, a preacher in the service of King Euroid of Pictland, has arrived in Svelzig to spread the gospel of their foreign religion. He has little regard for our old faith, declaring it sinful, and he has explained in detail the horrors of what we shall suffer in the afterlife unless we mend our ways. You could say there are horrors in life that to suffer in this life as well, friend. Imprison him, or tell us more of God and allow him to continue the work. Now this is a tricky one, because there's two paths that I can take in terms of taking feudalism, which is sort of the goal that I had. One was to convert to Christianity, or alternatively I could reform the pagan religion. It does seem like Francia is actually currently in a bit of a conflict. Will likely be split in half. So, I mean, assuming that I can get the moral authority up, or that I'm able to take these two sites, I can reform the religion. Or I could wait until there's a weak Francia and just sort of reclaim these holy sites. In this case, let's say there's horrors to suffer in this life. Well, friend. Dump my guys off to the closest port. It's gonna take a minute here, and so ideally I'd like to do some revocations. But the way my council's set up, it's not obvious that I'm actually going to be able to pull these things off. I think we'll hang on to this for a while. Trying to remember why I wanted to kill this guy. I think it was because he was a malcontent, but there's no point in doing that now, so let's cancel it. And who's the biggest contributor to this? Of course. So I should have been trying to kill him. hang on to this. I'm probably gonna have another revolution pop up before the end of the stream. Does he like me? Nope, let him rot. Okay, I think that's it for tonight, guys. I can assign a new advisor. Something tells me, though... Let's assign the person who likes me the most. He's a zealot, so I don't think that's gonna work too well for me. But I guess there's always a test. Okay, so let's say, again, Friedrich will not get anything. Yeah, they all don't want it. And Igna, yeah, it doesn't like the concentration of power. Okay, so I'm gonna need to figure that one out. So let's recap what we did for tonight, guys. I guess the big thing that we've been trying to do is consolidate power as much as we can and get over the fact that we're going to be in Gavelkind succession for a while. Our most direct way of doing this right now is to create Scandinavia. We've got 51 of 69 counties required for that, so basically we need 4 more. The 2 easiest ones are going to be these remaining 2 Scottish islands. The catch, of course, is that we need to wait for either the King of Scotland to die or my main character to die. So let's say that we're gonna get 1 for sure when this guy kicks the bucket. As for the second one, we might need to wait. Let's take a look. Well, this guy's 24, so I think maybe the... Oh, hang on. Wrong guy. It's 43. I'm 48, so... Either this guy dies before me, well, the King of Scotland dies before me and I get another invasion, or I die before him and I start that particular war. Following that, we have a little bit more of a tough decision to make, because these guys tend to spawn like a ridiculous number of troops in response to any kind of funny business that we start. So what I might want to consider is maybe try and do a land grab for one of these places, which is obviously in the middle of a war. So basically, as long as I get, what did I say for Scandinavia? So as long as we have some combination that allows us the next 4 titles, we'll be okay. Probably what it's going to look like is maybe like something like 1, 2... Karela is still... Oh, hang on, actually. So something like 1, 2, maybe 3, and 4. Something like that. The only real time bomb on this, so unfortunately my son died. Maybe the pregnant... This pregnant. Hopefully she's bearing me a son. I currently have the groom and heir ambition. So with any luck, that will pay off and I'll have sort of my own candidate. If not, we do have somebody in my bloodline taking over. The only drawback is that particular character has a lot of kids, which means I need to kind of get some kind of unified system in place. This guy was pretty effective at uniting the, or maybe not uniting, but consolidating his realms, so we have these 2 duchies and their associated counties underneath us. And one of the next things that we'll be working on is going to require some pretty impressive footwork with the grant titles. But basically what I would like to be doing here is to have revoking and granting titles be things that the ruler does, and then I get past this nonsense of having to give it to sort of non-family members. Is that the right term? Anyways, so I think the next week when we play this, we're going to wind up finishing our last little bits of conquest. I think we have just about enough to found Scandinavia. And then once we do have Scandinavia, that's going to give us a few more opportunities to kind of gobble up some lesser realms. The longer-term goal will be to reform the Germanic faith. This is going to require 750 piety, which is difficult to get on its own. But we also need to crank up the piety, or the moral authority of the Germanic faith. We may be able to do a little bit of that by conquering some of these other islands, but definitely if I want to be improving the moral authority, I'm going to need to go on a pretty hefty run so far as taking the sort of the territory is concerned. What I might do is once I create the Empire of Scandinavia, what I might consider doing is taking a leader who becomes sort of religiously focused, and that character will focus on being the religious reformer, so we can religious reformer, so that we can finally adopt feudalism. Anyways, guys, that is it for me. I'm tired, and it looks like the backseaters are out tonight, so I am gone. Let's see if we can give somebody a host tonight. We have Melee Mage playing Atlas Reactor. I actually quite like this game, and I think he's done a good job of... this is a little bit like XCOM crossed with MOBA, and he's a really great friend of the streams here, so I strongly encourage you guys to check him out, both because he's playing a really interesting game. Vera, sorry, I'm just leaving. Oop. Why isn't my bot working? Alright, there's his link. Melee Mage is an absolutely outstanding guy. I strongly recommend that you guys check him out. We normally type, we're tired of system talk, heard this place was better, but of course my raid button didn't work, so I'm just going to host him. Hope to see you guys there, and he'll take it away for the rest of the night. Have a good night, everybody.